that are available in the country for the benefit of the people of Kenya, as well as the governance of the county and at the national level. So this bill speaks a lot about the blue economy. There are amendments that members of the National Assembly, as they were considering this bill, had proposed during the debate stage. Some of the amendments that will be moved include one by the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation. That is Honorable Kangongo Bowen, who is also a representative of the Marakwet East constituency. So we shall come back to take a look at some of the clauses that there are amendments that have been moved therewith by members of the National Assembly as they considered this particular bill. However, earlier on I had indicated that there are two bills. The other bill that will be undergoing consideration at the Committee of the Whole House stage include the Quality, Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill. This is a bill that seeks to give effect to articles of the Constitution, specifically Article 43, Subarticle 1A, which talks about the rights, economics and social rights, that is the rights and fundamental freedoms of each and every person or each and every citizen of the country. Subarticle 1A indicates that every person has the right to the highest attainable standard of health, which includes the right to health care services, including reproductive health care, to accessible and adequate housing and to reasonable standard of sanitation. That is Part B. However, this bill speaks to Article 43, 1 and A, that is regarding the health services provided to every person or every citizen of the country, and basically seeks to provide for the responsibility of the national and county governments in the realization of quality of healthcare for patients, and also to provide for the establishment powers and functions of Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Authority, registration, licensing, and accreditation of health facilities, and also to provide for the setting of standards for quality of healthcare. So the bill establishes a comprehensive legal framework to promote the improvement of the quality of healthcare in Kenya by establishing standards, accreditation mechanisms, and ensuring the protection of and promotion of patients' rights. And therefore, the bill institutionalizes quality healthcare standards, accreditation mechanisms, and patient rights in Kenya for purposes of improving health outcomes, enhancing accountability in health systems, and aligning the existing frameworks with global best practices. This particular bill also outlines the rights of patients who seek healthcare services from health facilities. And the rights, just to look at some of the rights, include the right to safe and quality care, right to timely and effective care, right to safe and accessible health facilities, right to safe processes and practices, right to care by a qualified health professional, right to dignity and equity, among others. So at the entrance of the National Assembly chambers, we can see the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Dr. Moses Masika Wetangula, making his way into the House, who has already entered the chamber to preside over this afternoon sitting. It will allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast brought to you by PBU in partnership with KBC. Good afternoon.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umetoa nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu, tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako, ambao ameridhika kutuita tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tutakuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tulikutanika hapa, na utujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu, na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Sergeant, ring the quorum bell.
So the prayer has been said and the chair taken. The Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes to give room to members to make their way into the House and for the House to be able to commence. So we shall continue to take a look at that business that the members shall this afternoon take into consideration or transact as they convene for the plenary sitting this afternoon. Earlier on, I had indicated to you that there are two bills that the House seeks to consider at the Committee of the Whole House stage this afternoon. That is the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, a bill that speaks largely to the blue economy, and also the Quality Healthcare and Patient Safety Bill that also seeks to ensure that or give effect to articles of the Constitution, basically Article 43, Subarticle 1A on the right to healthcare and safety, healthcare services, and safety to each and every patient or citizen of Kenya. So I was looking at, or we were just highlighting some of the rights under this particular bill that the bill outlines to ensure that the services from the health facility do not violate these rights. And the rights include that to safety and quality care, a right to timely and effective care, rights to safe and accessible health facilities, right to safe processes and practices, a right to care by a qualified health professional. And this speaks a lot to many of the cases that have been experienced in the country. There are cases that the country has recorded of misdiagnosis by healthcare providers that have ended up causing huge or massive damages to some of the patients that have sought for healthcare in the healthcare facilities. So this bill ensures that that kind of a right to care by a qualified health professional is adhered to, and that is not violated. Also, right to dignity and equity, right to information and decision making, and right to be heard, and right to safe and quality health products and technologies. We shall just be taking a look at some of the contents of this bill. So as it comes for the consideration, then you are able to also follow up on the contents of this bill. The bill establishes an authority as the primary regulator of health facilities for purposes of quality of healthcare. Its functions also, the powers, the composition, the terms of office also, the functions and qualifications of the board of directors of the authority. And it also provides for the appointment of the chief executive officer and the staff of the authority. The processes of registration, licensing, and accreditation of health facilities are also provided for under this particular bill, including the timelines and prerequisites for grant of certificates for registration, the licensing and accreditation, the validity period, and instances where the authority can order the suspension or revocation of these certificates. It also provides for consequences of operating health facilities which are not registered or licensed. It also sets out the quality improvement in a health facility, the procedure for quality scoring and rating, award of performance rating, and monitoring of compliance by the authority. If you're just joining us, the House is about to commence. There was a quorum hitch. However, we have seen more members making their way into the House, so we believe in a short while that quorum shall be raised. So as we wait for that, the other priority business that this afternoon the members shall also be considering, there are statements that were requested to various relevant committees by various members, and this afternoon there are statements that will be responded to. Those statements include one that was sought by the Honourable Member for West Pokot County, Honourable Raila Kasiwai. This was about the status and jurisdiction of Aro Sub-County Administrative Unit. This is a response that will be given by the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security that will address some of the concerns and questions that the Honourable Member for West Pokot had raised in her statement. Also a statement that had been requested by the Honourable Member for North Horr, Honourable Ade Wario, regarding the continuous voter registration in North Horr constituency, also is coming up for response this afternoon by the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs. The Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs will also respond to a statement that had been requested by the Honourable Member for Embakasi West, Honourable makwiny. This regards the alleged illegal voter transfer. The Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure will this afternoon give a response to a statement that was sought by the Honourable Member for Webuye East, Honourable Martin Pepela. Well, that is the Sergeant at Arms raising that paper. Just an indication that the quorum that was not present at the beginning of the House has now been attained.
Yes, we now have a quorum to transact business. Clerk.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honourable members, allow me to introduce to you a delegation from the Parliament of the United Kingdom who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation, which is drawn from diverse cross-party political spectrum of the UK, comprises the following: Honourable Flu Anderson, MP. When I mention your name, you stand for acknowledgement. Honourable Flu Anderson, MP, member of the Select Committee on Foreign Affairs and Labour, member of Parliament for Putney, and leader of the delegation. Right Honourable Richard Holden, MP. Honourable Richard Holden, MP, Shadow Secretary of State for Transport and Conservative Party member of Parliament for Basildon and Bilarisay. The Right Honourable Surena Breckenridge, MP, member Select Committee on Education and Labour Party member of Parliament for Wolverhampton Northeast, Honorable Peter Bedford MP, Member of the Select Committee on Work and Pensions and Conservative Member of Parliament for Mid Leicester. The delegation is accompanied by 3 staffers from the UK Parliament and officers from the British High Commission in Kenya. The delegation is visiting the National Assembly to engage with, among others, the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on areas of mutual interest, including regional security, trade and investment, climate and development cooperation, governance, and strengthening bilateral relations between our 2 nations. Honorable members, on my behalf and on that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements. I also encourage them to serve Kenya's rich culture and tourism diversity. I thank you. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. KJ, where's the nearest seat? Honorable members, I have another communication on the consideration of the Tea Amendment Bill 2023. Honorable members, I wish to convey that my office is in receipt of a letter dated 13th March 2026 from Dr. John Kennedy Omanga, writing on behalf of tea farmers in the Nyeri County. In the letter, Dr. Omanga raises concern with the manner in which the House considered the Tea Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2023, and alleges that a member of Parliament significantly participated in the deliberations without declaring his interest as required by the law. Dr. Omanga claims to have followed the proceedings of the House on 12th March 2026 during consideration of the bill and raises concern with the contribution to the debate by the member for Gatundu South, the Honorable G.G. Kagombe MP, without declaring to the House that he is a sitting director of Theatre Tea Factory Company Limited, KTDA Holdings Limited, and Majani Insurance Brokers Limited. It is Dr. Omanga's claim that the operations of the 3 companies are a direct subject of the bill. Honorable members, in support of the claims, CR 12 forms for the 3 companies indicate that the honorable member is a director as from January 2026 and are attached to the letter. It is Dr. Omanga's claim that the failure by the honorable member for Gatundu South to declare his directorship of the 3 companies to the House compromises the debate on the bill and puts into question the validity of the proceedings taken on the bill. Consequently, he requests that all proceedings on the Tea Amendment Bill 2023 be declared null and void. Members at the bar, take the nearest seats. Honorable members, the ethical requirements imposed on members of Parliament with respect to personal interests and the discharge of their mandate are clearly outlined in the Constitution, statute law, and the standing orders. Article 73(2) of the Constitution entrenches selfless service based solely on the public interest as a guiding principle of leadership and integrity. The article further provides that selfless service must be demonstrated by honesty in the execution of public duties and the declaration of any personal interest that may conflict with public duties. Additionally, Article 1223 of the Constitution expressly bars a member of Parliament from voting on a matter in which he or she has a pecuniary interest. With respect to the statutory framework that actualizes the foregoing provisions of the Constitution, Section 11 of the Conflict of Interest Act 2025 obligates members of Parliament to disclose any direct pecuniary interest in matters before the House its committees, or in related transactions and communications. Notably, the section provides that disclosure of direct interest does not automatically disentitle a member from participation in proceedings. Subsection 3 empowers the Speaker or the committee chairperson to allow a member to participate in the deliberations after considering the nature, extent, and effect of the disclosed interest. On its part, the fourth schedule to the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act, Cap 6, prescribes the code of conduct applicable to members of Parliament. Paragraph 6 of the code, which all members subscribe to upon taking the oath of office, requires members to register and declare any financial and non-financial interests that would either affect or be seen to affect the discharge of their mandate. The paragraph provides, and I quote, members of the House shall, A, register with the relevant speaker all financial and non-financial interests that may reasonably influence their parliamentary actions. B, before contributing to debate in the House or its committees or communicating with state officers or other public servants, declare any relevant interest in the context of parliamentary debate or the matter under discussion. And C, observe any rules agreed of the House in respect of financial support for members or the facilities of the House. 2, a relevant interest is an interest that may be seen by a reasonable member of the public to influence the way in which a member discharges his or her parliamentary duties. Additional honorable members, the standing orders adopted by the House expand the scope of the disclosure required to all personal interests. Standing Order 90 provides that personal interest includes proprietary interests, personal relationships, and business relationships. Consequently, the standing orders broaden the ethical obligations on members to include disclosure of both financial and non-financial interests that may reasonably give rise to a perception of bias, influence, or conflict. Honorable members, the provisions I have recited are not new to you. Members are fully aware of the ethical obligations relating to their office, which is a public trust. Indeed, my predecessor, Speaker Justin Muturi, had occasion to address this very matter exhaustively in a communication on declaration of interest issued on Tuesday, 9th May 2019. At the time, the chairperson of the then Departmental Committee on Education and Research had sought guidance on the interpretation of Standing Order 90 on 1, the manner in which members are to declare interest and in what form the declaration should be made. 2, whether a member who declares possible conflict of interest should be allowed to participate fully in the ensuing discussions of the committee. And 3, whether a member who declares a possible conflict of interest should take part in the vetting of a nominee for appointment to a public office. The request for guidance arose out of the deliberations of the then Education and Research Committee with officials from the Kenya National Union of Teachers, KNUT, and the Kenya Union of Post-Primary Education Teachers, KUPPET, at a time when part of members of the committee concurrently served in the governing organs of the two trade unions. Honorable members, while noting that the Constitution, relevant statutes, and the standing orders seek to engender a culture of probity and resolution of any personal interest in favor of the public interest, Speaker Muturi did guide in summary as follows. Standing Order 90 does not preclude members who have procedurally declared their interest in a matter from participating in the debate on the matter in the committee or the House. The only express prohibition to the exercise of a member's constitutional role is with regard to voting on a matter in which the member has a direct pecuniary interest under Article 122 of the Constitution, as qualified by Article 116.3 of the Constitution. 2, any member with interest on a matter under consideration should declare the interest before the commencement of the meeting or at any other time during debate, whenever the particular matter arises, and recuse themselves from the ensuring deliberations as may be directed. 3, Article 1223 of the Constitution does not grant a member the leeway to simply declare interest, proceed to fully participate in the ensuing debate, and only recuse himself or herself during voting. Upon declaration of interest, the chairperson of a committee or the speaker, as the case may be, may require the particular member to recuse himself or herself during debate on the matter, in addition to barring such member from actual voting on the matter in question, whether by voice or any other form of voting. Members at the bar, take the nearest seat. Minority Leader, where is the nearest seat? Thank you. Honorable members, it cannot be gainsaid that the obligation to declare interest of whatsoever nature is abundantly clear to all members and constituents and constitutes an established practice of the House. This is a topic that was addressed during the general induction of members at the commencement of the 13th Parliament and the committee inductions that followed thereafter. Hardly any sitting of the House is concluded without one or more members having declared their interests on the business transacted by the House. In this regard, a concern raised by that particular business has been transacted without the disclosure of a relevant interest warrants serious consideration. Honorable members, I have reviewed the records of the House and indeed those of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock in the consideration of the bill in question. From the records, it's apparent that the Honorable Member for Gatundu South did declare that he is a director of a company in tea sector during proceedings of the committee in which he is a member. However, a review of the Hansard on Thursday, 12th March 2026, when the bill was partly considered in the Committee of the Whole House, revealed that the Honorable Kagombe did make substantive contributions on governance of tea factories and the proposed framework for their management and oversight without declaring his interest in accordance with the standing orders. The contributions were substantive and directly relate to the provisions under consideration. Without delving into the merits of Honorable Kagombe's contribution to the debate and its possible influence on the amendments considered by the Committee of the Whole House on the bill, you will agree that the member's failure to declare his obvious interest casts doubt on the probity of the deliberations. Any reasonable citizen would rightly question whether the declaration of interest would have influenced the House in its consideration of the bill. Honorable members, I am persuaded to some extent that the concern raised on the failure by the Honorable Kagombe to declare his interest are valid. Failure to address the concern may, in my view, cast any subsequent decisions taken on the bill in an unfavorable light. As the House is yet to dispense with the bill, an opportunity exists for the House to remedy the unfortunate and avoidable lapse by the Honorable Member. In this regard, I therefore direct that the Committee of the Whole House on the Tea Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 1 of 2023, to be done afresh without any reference to the proceedings of 12th March 2026 on the bill at the appropriate time. Honorable Members, Standing Order 107A1E provides that the failure to declare personal interest in a matter before the House or a committee in accordance with the Standing Order 90 constitutes an act of disorderly conduct. Paragraph 2 of the Standing Order 107A empowers the Speaker to call a member whose conduct is disorderly to order and caution the member or order the member to withdraw from the precincts of the Assembly for a maximum of 4 days. I note that the Honorable Member for Gatundu South is currently serving his first term in Parliament. I will assume he was not aware that despite declaring his interest before the Committee on Agriculture and Livestock, he was still required and obligated to declare the same interest in the House during the consideration of the bill. In light of the directive for the Committee of the Whole on the bill to be redone, I caution the Honorable Kagombe for his conduct in this matter. I further take this opportunity to remind all members to strictly adhere to the ethical requirements of the high offices that have been entrusted to us by the public to avoid any recurrence of this unfortunate incident. The House is accordingly guided. Thank you. Yes, Millie?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that clarity, because at one point I was a bit concerned because I thought we had actually dispensed with the bill, in which case then it should have gone to court. But given that we have not dispensed, I think it's a good thing that it comes back to the floor, yes, for consideration, so that there is no doubt. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to state, for avoidance of doubt, that on the assisted reproductive technology bill, I have consistently said that I have no child. However, I cannot declare interest beyond that, because even though I know in the prayer breakfast yesterday, there was a woman who had the children at 62. I am not yet 60, but I have no intention of having a child. So I'm not declaring.
You still have a chance.
I still have a chance. From what I heard yesterday, I still have a chance, but I have no intention. So because of that, I want to say that even so, I cannot declare my interest. Even though I've said I don't have a child and I've brought, there is no conflict, Mr. Speaker, because I have no intention of having a child. Mr. Speaker, I also want to indicate that perhaps you may have noticed, as a whip, I must bring to the attention of the House, that our women MPs are not here. But they'll be joining us shortly, because they are attending the presidential launch of the Every Woman, Every Newborn, Everywhere accelerated plan and maternal and newborn health rapid results initiative to help us deal with the challenges, reproductive issues that women face, and also to protect our children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did you say women MPs are not here, or some women MPs are not here?
Some women MPs, even though somebody like me, I'm a man, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chungwa.
Speaker, allow me to first commend you for that communication, and also to note that you have opted in your communication not to take any action, yes, against the disorderly conduct of Honorable Kagombe. And being a member of my coalition, to thank you for sparing him the rod. But that should be no excuse, Honorable Speaker, in the future. Yes. Because the Parliamentary Service Commission, which you chair, conducted an extensive induction program for all members of Parliament, including our new members of Parliament. But probably these are some of the things that we take for granted, that you don't find it important to declare interest in a matter, especially in a matter where you have pecuniary interest. And the fact that Honorable Kagombe had pecuniary interest in the tea sector, he ought to have declared his interest.
Not one, but three.
Three companies, as you said, Majani Insurance Brokers, Theta Tea Factory, and KTDA Management or something. But Honorable Speaker, may this be a lesson to the rest of us, that we must declare any interest that we hold, and especially where we have pecuniary interest. And I say this because in the run-up to the finance bill, Honorable Speaker, I also see a lot of these things happening. Those who have interest in betting companies running all over, trying to lobby colleagues to support proposals, especially around the betting industry. And not just betting industry, even some who are in the manufacturing industry. We have resisted as a House leadership. Honorable Speaker, we have resisted, and I say this speaking also for the whips, both on the majority and the minority side, the desire by many members to be placed in committees where they have pecuniary interest. And I know these leaders are usually under immense pressure because people want to sit in committees where they have interest. And that is the reason why, Honorable Speaker, the clerk's office usually asks for our CVs when you are newly elected. So we know where you have pecuniary interests. Therefore, spare us the urge and the pressure to sit you in committees where you have interest. We will continue to resist that pressure, Honorable Speaker. But I was just saying, let me commend you for that communication. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, you have taken decisive measures as the Speaker of this 13th Assembly to continue to protect the dignity of this House. Because such a matter speaks to the dignity of the House. The other matter that came before this House on the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, that is now before the Powers and Privileges Committee, Honorable Speaker, again, the decision that was taken by the House was a decision that protects the dignity of the House. Because when one of us gets out of line in whatever nature, whether it's on a matter like this where you don't declare interest, it is the House that looks bad. And I wanted to thank you, Honorable Speaker, because you are indeed protecting the dignity of all of us and this House as an institution. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And honorable members, I encourage you to read and reread again the Conflict of Interest Act that you passed in this House. It will help you. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge 1 minute. In the Speaker's Gallery, Itigo Girls High School from Chesume, Nandi, Njega Boys School from Kirinyaga Central, Kirinyaga, and in the public gallery, Oiti Glory School from Kajiado Central, Kajiado, St. Anselm Mururi from Mara, Tharaka Nithi, Seroilipi School from Samburu East, Samburu. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House. Honorable members, also allow me, on my behalf and on behalf of the House, to welcome your colleague, Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, the Member of Parliament for Kwanza constituency in Trans Nzoia County. As you are aware, the Honorable Ferdinand has been having serious health challenges which Parliament took him to a hospital in India where he underwent treatment. He's come back. Unfortunately, currently, Honorable Ferdinand has a challenge with his speech and is going through speech therapy. But we thank God that he's back, just like our Honorable Member for Mosop did. And we welcome you back, Ferdinand, to the House. And the condition in which Ferdinand is now also challenges the management of Parliament to think about sign language in the proceedings of the House. Because as it is now, the vocals of Honorable Ferdinand are not working. He can hear what you say, but is not able to speak back. So sign language at some point will be handy. Welcome, Honorable Ferdinand. You may now take your seat. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Yes, what did you call? Thank you. Members on their feet, take your seats. GK, take the nearest seat. Honorable members, I have a message from the executive that pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 42.4, I wish to report to the House that I have received a message from the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Economic Planning regarding the nomination of persons for appointment to the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board. In the message, the Cabinet Secretary conveys that in exercise of powers conferred to him by Section 15(1)(e) of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, he nominates the following persons for appointment to the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board. 1, Ms. Komora Yvonne Nzunzu. 2, Ms. Manyanga Yvonne Boyani. 3, Mr. Mutua Fidelis Kiketi. And 4, Mr. Morris Putita Kaaka. The Cabinet Secretary now seeks the approval of the National Assembly as required under Section 15(1)(e) and 4 of the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act, Cap 414A. Honorable Member, Standing Order 45 provides that, and upon receipt of notification of a nomination for appointment, such nomination shall stand committed to the relevant committee for consideration. In this regard, I hereby refer the message from the Cabinet Secretary, together with the CVs and other testimonials of the nominees, to the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Committee for consideration. The National Government Constituencies Development Fund Act, Cap 414A, does not prescribe the period for the approval of nominees to the board by the National Assembly. However, Section 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, provides that unless otherwise provided in law, a committee to which such nomination is referred shall consider the matter and table a report in the House within 28 days. The committee is therefore required to immediately commence the approval process and notify the nominees and the general public of the time and place for holding the approval hearings, and thereafter table its report to enable the House to consider the matter within the set statutory timelines. You are accordingly guided. I thank you. Yes, Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I on behalf of, on my own behalf, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of the people of Suba North, I welcome back Honorable Ferdinand. And indeed, you've raised a very cardinal issue about the issue of communication, especially in Braille. But perhaps it should not just be limited to members who have challenges. Perhaps it's a challenge that the entire parliament should take up, because we do not know when this. I've actually seen situations where members came when they were walking and they left this house when they are disabled, and we've seen Honorable Ferdinand now can't talk. So it's really a challenge for all of us to be able to communicate even with our persons who are, other people who are differently abled. But Mr. Speaker, I just wish to notify the House that unfortunately today we lost so far a record 16 girls in Utumishi Academy. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to request whether the House could observe a moment of silence for our lost girls. It's a very unfortunate incident that has faced us today as a country. And of course, I'm sure we will be talking about it later, about issues of security and safety of our girls, and some of the challenges that we're already noting, and even emergency response. But for now, Mr. Speaker, I just wish for us to, if agreeable, Mr. Speaker, if we could just observe a moment of silence for the girls who have died. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Millie. Indeed, the tragedy in Gilgil is something that the House takes note. And before I say something, Milemba Omboko.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this chance as we welcome Honorable Wanyonyi back. It opens a space within the labor sector where we have people who actually assist those who may not be having speech or any other forms of abilities to execute their work. We have so many of them in the teaching sector, like the caregivers, who currently are struggling to get a place in proper law so that they can be remunerated. There's a section that is remunerated, yes, but you can now see, Honorable Speaker, that possibly Parliament needs to come up with a proper law to also deal with such a situation which may arise among ourselves so that we have caregivers and assistants and who have to get a law to remunerate them on how they will actually work alongside the member. So I find this situation, which has been very prominent in the teaching sector, now also coming into Parliament, and possibly we should consider that. As I conclude, I also want to wish the very best for the parents and the students and everybody else who is in that space of the Utumishi girls where we lost very, very many students. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me also on behalf of the people of Funyula to sincerely thank the National Assembly and Parliament in general of Kenya for having spent all the time and fortunes and resources to ensure our colleague Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi recovers both whichever way and is able to continue with his activities and life. We as the people of Funyula have got attachment to Honorable Wanyonyi because the spouse comes from Funyula constituency, and we continuously prayed for his quick recovery because we knew any eventuality would have affected us likewise as would have affected people of Kwanza. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the issue of hearing impairment is becoming a big matter, especially as Honorable Milemba has said, on the issue of learners. Personally, I have about 5 or so cases of boys and girls in both senior school and junior secondary school who have got hearing impairment, and as we were looking for an opportunity to look for Honorable Nyikal, Dr. Nyikal, the chair, to give policy decision direction on how this can happen. Finally, also want to join the people of Kenya in passing our sincere condolences to the girls who lost their life at Utumishi Girls Academy, Gilgil. When the news filtered in the morning, Honorable Speaker, whatever energy had mustered, whatever courage had mustered to attend National Prayer Day just dissipated and decided to stay in the house and commensurate with the parents and the guardians and the school fraternity. Children should go to school to learn, acquire knowledge. Children should never go to school to die in school. For the fraternity and the parents, on my behalf and the behalf of people of Funyula constituency, tunasema pole sana, pole sana, pole sana. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Robert Mbui.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues in passing a message of condolence for the families, friends, neighbors, and everyone who has been affected in one way or the other by the tragedy that has befallen our children. Mr. Speaker, I also want to welcome back our colleague, the Honorable Wanyonyi Ferdinand, member for Kwanza, and wish him a quick recovery. My grandfather went through a stroke of that nature, and later on he was able to recover. So it is possible that he could come out of it and be able to speak. Mr. Speaker, when I was injured after the 2017 elections, Honorable Wanyonyi actually is one of the first members of Parliament to come and see me in hospital. And Mr. Speaker, I remember at that period I had an issue because one of my legs was completely broken, so I had to be on crutches for a period of several months. And Mr. Speaker, I did attempt at that time to ask Parliament to support me because, you know, when you're on crutches, even when it comes to serving food in a hotel, you can't be able to hold your crutches and carry a plate. So I asked Parliament to support me and give me someone to assist me for that period. And Mr. Speaker, the answer I got was very interesting from the Parliamentary Service Commission. They asked me to register with there's a commission for disability. And Mr. Speaker, I knew that my problem was not going to be permanent. At that time, we had Honorable David Sankok in the house, and he was calling himself my chairman. But I refused because I knew even though there were benefits that I would get out of the registration, it wouldn't have been a fair thing. So, Mr. Speaker, we may need as Parliamentary Service Commission to consider those that go through, disability on a temporary measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Unfortunately, Robert, as the chair of PSC, that is in the Human Resource Manual guidelines from SRC, and I think the Minister of Labor, even for Honorable Samal, Honorable Tim Wanyonyi, Honorable Bishop Kosgei, and now Ferdinand, to get support, you have to get a certificate from the organization you have cited. I've had also 2 cases where members have asked to be given support for being disabled, and when we have sent them for checkup as required by the law, the doctors have declared them not being not disabled. So it also helps. And if you are a decent person like I know you are, when you recover fully and you throw away your crutches, you return the certificate and inform the House accordingly. Yes, Murugara?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just want to thank you personally because of what you did to Honorable Ferdinand Wanyonyi. Not once, not twice, I must have seen you in India, going to visit him to confirm his health status and well-being, and to ensure that he gets the best of treatment in that particular hospital. Mr. Speaker, I think that is best of servant leadership, that as you serve these people, you really have to go down and ensure that they are taken care of. And I associate myself with the sentiments expressed that Honorable Wanyonyi has now lost his voice and he needs special care and attention as we move about the business of the House. Everybody knows Honorable Wanyonyi was one of the best debaters in this House, contributors to motions, and therefore he needs to be enabled so that he can continue doing what he does best. Secondly, I also join the rest of the country in mourning those young angels of Utumishi Girls Secondary School who lost their lives. Sincere condolences from me and the people of Tharaka, because these angels were innocent and that was just but a fire tragedy that has now caused us grief. As we pray that their souls rest in peace, we also pray that we do the best we can as a country to support the parents, to support the traumatized girls who have been left behind, who require our care and attention so that they are able to return their lives to normalcy. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, on the request of the Honorable Millie, and I have no doubt on behalf of the member for Gilgil, the Honorable Mother Wangari, who I saw on TV in Gilgil trying to assist the families, shall we be upstanding and observe a minute's silence? May the souls of those little angels rest in eternal peace, and may those who are injured have quick recovery. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Honorable members, I've got 2 petitions to convey. The first one is regarding determination of Kipkabu's public forest land claim. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matters within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. In this regard, honorable members, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from the Principal Secretary, Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry regarding the regularization of various public forest claims. Honorable members, the petitioner states that the Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry received a presidential directive via reference number OP-CAB 26/1/3A/volume 11/7, dated 17th July 2025, on processing and issuance of title deeds for the settled residents of Kipkabus Forest, Elgeyo Marakwet County. Further, the petition states that the Cabinet had sanctioned the petition by letter reference CAB 1581 Rev dated 22nd November 2016, and the Kenya Forest Service Board reference KFS Board 5/2025-447 dated 22nd January 2025. The petition avers that the Kipkabus Forest covers 10,420.1 hectares, which includes Kipkabus Forest land measuring 6,503.6 hectares gazetted via legal notice number 57 of 1941 and divided into 5 blocks, namely Kipkabus measuring 2,733.2 hectares, Tingwa measuring 914.6 hectares, Tumeyo measuring 581.5 hectares, Kapchorwa measuring 287.3 hectares, and Metike measuring 1,987.0 hectares. East African Tanning Extract Company measuring 3,916.6 hectares, gazetted via legal notice number 2378 of 2nd September 1977 as an addition to Kipkabus Forest. The petitioner contends that the forest areas have diminished through non-formalized acquisitions, exchanges, and encroachments, hence the need to institute the regularization of settled areas through due process of the law to save the forest from degradation. Honorable members, the petitioner further states that in view of the long-standing settlement and historical government-sanctioned resettlement, the ministry is petitioning the National Assembly to approve the degazettement of the occupied portions of Kipkabus Forest to allow for survey, adjudication, and issuance of title deeds to bona fide residents while preserving the remaining forest for conservation. Honorable members, the petitioner concludes by praying that the National Assembly A urgently approves the variation of the boundaries of the public forest comprised of Kipkabus Forest of approximately 4,112.2 hectares, and B, Parliament considers the petition and issues appropriate resolutions in accordance with Article 119 of the Constitution and Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385. Honorable members, having confirmed that the issues raised in this petition fall squarely within the jurisdiction of this House, and that they are not before any court or constitutional body, I hereby commit the petition to the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry, and Mining. The committee is to expeditiously consider the petition and report to the House in accordance with the Petitions to Parliament Act, Procedure Act, Cap 7E, Section 34 of the Forest Conservation and Management Act 2016, Cap 385, and Standing Order 2272. I thank you. The next one, honorable members, is regarding freedom of succession law. So the reform of succession law and administration of estates in Kenya. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than that presented by a member. In this regard, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from the former governor for Taita Taveta County, Engineer John Murutu, ID number 48-62, and 22 others regarding reform of succession law and administration of estates in Kenya. Honorable members, the petitioner states that a substantial proportion of productive assets in Kenya, particularly land, remain registered in the names of deceased persons due to delayed succession processes. And in many instances, the process is not completed for periods ranging from between 20 and 40 years after the passing on of persons holding the assets. The petitioners aver that succession procedures under the current legal framework are complex, costly, and inaccessible to ordinary citizens. Further, that such procedures involve multiple steps including court filings, gazettement, legal representation, valuation, and registry processes which collectively create barriers to access. Honorable members, the petitioners are concerned that the delayed succession constrains economic growth as it hinders the use of assets as collateral, transfer efficiency, and investor confidence. This has led to limited access to credit, reduced agricultural productivity, increased disputes, pressure on the judiciary, and inefficiencies in asset markets. Honorable members, the petitioners submit that although succession is fundamentally a legal and administrative matter governed by the law of Succession Act Cap 160, the current legal and administrative framework does not adequately facilitate accessible, affordable, and timely succession procedures. Honorable members, the petitioners state that the international experience demonstrates that simplified procedures, administrative settlement mechanisms, decentralized probate services, and digitization can significantly improve outcomes while safeguarding beneficiaries. The petitioners therefore pray that the National Assembly, through the Public Petitions Committee, initiates a review and amendment of the Law of Succession Act Cap 160 to provide for simplified succession procedures for small estates, administrative settlement of uncontested estates, as well as expanded and decentralized probate services across the country. 2, calls for review and rationalization of costs associated with succession processes, promotion of digitization, and integration of succession, civil registration, and land administration systems, and strengthening of mediation and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms in succession matters. And 3, takes any other legislative and administrative measures necessary to facilitate timely, accessible, and equitable succession processes in Kenya. Honorable members, having determined that the matters raised by the petitioners are well within the authority of the House, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and the petitioners in accordance with the Standing Order 2272. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 28 May 2026. Number 1, legal notice number 89 of 2026 relating to the National Cybersecurity Agency Order 2026 from the Ministry of Interior and National Administration. Number 2, annual report of the Office of the Controller of Budget for the financial year ended 30th June 2025. Number 3, quarterly economic and budgetary review, third quarter for the financial year 2025-2026 from the National Treasury. Number 4, special audit report of the Auditor General on Public Investment Management Information Systems. Number 5, the 2026 Economic Survey Report, the popular version, and facts and figures from the Kenyan National Bureau of Statistics. And number 6, annual report of the National Gender and Equality Commission, NGEC, for the financial year 2024 to 2025. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I lay.
Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee, Kitayama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 28 May 2026. Reports of the Public Petitions Committee on its consideration of 1, Public Petition number 78 of 2023 by Mr. Bernard Moshere regarding National Health Insurance Fund in eligible in card but not reported IBNR claims of over Kenya shillings 21 billion captured in the financial year ending 30th June 2022. 2, Public petition number 81 of 2023 by the Honorable Owen Baya, CBS, MP, regarding gazettement of Kaya Forest as forest areas under the Forest Conservation and Management Act. 3, public petition number 9 of 2024 by the Honorable Mark Mwenje, CBS, MP, regarding ownership dispute of land parcel number LR number 209-11-970 Dandora/Moulem, Nairobi. 4, public petition number 18 of 2024 by the Honorable Brighton Yegon, the CBS MP, regarding hydropower generation by Kenya Tea Development Authority. 5, public petition number 3 of 2025 by the Honorable John Bwire MP, regarding alleged illegal acquisition of trust land, LR number 249 of 1963 by the government in Taita Taveta County. 6, public petition number 13 of 2025 by the Honorable Sarah Korere, CBS, MP, regarding revocation of the gazettement of Mukongodo Forest Reserve as a public forest.
On the 11th February 2026, and pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 28-4 on calendar of the Assembly, this House resolves to alter its calendar as follows. 1, commence the short recess of the second part of the 5th session on Friday, 3rd July 2026 until Monday, 27th July 2026. 2, resume regular sittings of the second part of the 5th session on Tuesday, 28th July 2026 until Thursday, 27th August 2026. 3, commence the long recess of the second part of the 5th session on Friday, 28th August 2026. 4, commence the third part of the 5th session, regular sittings on Tuesday, 29th September 2026 until Thursday, 22nd October 2026. And 5, commence the short recess of the third part of the 5th session on Friday, 23rd October 2026 until Monday, 2nd November 2026. Honorable Speaker, this alteration of the calendar emanates from the fact that we altered our recess because of the national prayer breakfast that we had this morning. We had to alter our recess, and you remember we have resumed a week earlier. So in order to balance off the weeks, you remember, members, you recall that we usually do about 5 weeks, we take a break of about 2 weeks or 3 weeks, then resume for another session of about 5 weeks. So we are just realigning our calendar so that it fits into that arrangement, and we maintain the same timelines towards the end of the session in December. In December, Honorable Speaker, early December, the first week of December, when we take the long recess, and also considering that next year we'll have to resume a bit earlier, at least 2 weeks earlier, because of the elections of later that year. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move and request the Honorable Junet Mohammed, the Leader of Minority, to second.
Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I second.
Thank you. Take your seats. Mule, take your seat. Naomi Wako, take this nearest seat. Honorable members, I propose the question at order number 8, which is that notwithstanding the resolution of the House of 11th February 2026, and pursuant the provisions of Standing Order 28.4, calendar of the Assembly, this House resolves to alter its calendar so as to 1, commence the short recess of the second part of the 5th session on Friday, 3rd July 2026 until Monday, 27th July 2026. 2, resume regular sittings of the second part of the 5th session on Tuesday, 28th July 2026 until Thursday, 27th August 2026. 3, commence the long recess of the second part of the 5th session on Friday, 28th August 2026. 4, commence the third part of the 5th session, regular sittings on Tuesday, 29th September 2026 until Thursday, 22nd October 2026. And 5, commence the short recess of the third part of the 5th session on Friday, 23rd October 2026 until Monday, 2nd November 2026. I put the question, and I confirm that this matter has been approved through the House Business Committee. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 8, which is that notwithstanding the resolution of the House of 11th February 2026, and pursuant the provision of Standing Order 28.4, calendar of the Assembly, this House resolves to alter its calendar so as to 1, commence the short recess of the second part of the 5th session on Friday, 3rd July 2026 until Monday, 27th July 2026. 2, resume regular sittings of the second part of the 5th session on Tuesday, 28th July 2026 until Thursday, 27th August 2026. 3, commence the long recess of the second part of the 5th session on Friday, 28th August 2026. 4, commence the third part of the 5th session regular sittings on Tuesday, 29th September 2026 until Thursday, 22nd October 2026. And 5, commence the short recess of the third part of the 5th session on Friday, 23rd October 2026 until Monday, 2nd November 2026. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, reconstitution of specified committees.
Majority Leader. Chairperson, Committee on Selection.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the resolutions of the House on Wednesday, 5th March 2025, Thursday, 6th March 2025, Tuesday, 29th July 2025, and Tuesday, 24th February 2026, appointing members to various committees and pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 175, this House resolves to A, reconstitute the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education as follows: the Honorable Ongondo Boyd Were MP, 2 Honorable Karido Kili Daniel MP, 3 Honorable Bonaya Mumina Golo MP, 4 Honorable Mwenje Mark Samuel CBS MP, the Honorable Wamashukuru James Gidua Kamau CBS MP, the Honorable Engineer Zambia Kidua Thaddeus MP, 7 the Honorable Bissau Morris Kakai MP, the Honorable Idhinji Shadrack Mwiti MP, the Honorable Chiforomodo Mangale Munga MP, the Honorable Alpha Ondieki Miruka CBS MP, the Honorable Sigei Francis Kipyagon Arab MP, the Honorable Tubi Mohammed Tubi MP, the Honorable Tongei Rebecca Nonaishi MP, the Honorable Kirima Moses Ngushine MP, the Honorable Oyugi Dick Maungu MP, and B, approve the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified hereunder. Other select committees on the Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, the Honorable Mwangi Teresia Wanjiru MP to replace the Honorable Mukunji John Gitonga MP, and 2, the Honorable Keter David Kipsang MP to replace the Honorable Kitur Bernard Kibor MP. B, on Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity, the Honorable Amboka Jack Wanami, CBS MP to replace the Honorable Oyugi Dick Maungu MP. C, Committee on Members' Services and Facilities, the Honorable Mukunji John Gitonga MP to replace the Honorable Teresia Wanjiru MP. On Financial Audit and Money-Related Committees, D, Special Funds Accounts Committee, the Honorable Koi John Waluka, CBS MP, to replace the Honorable Otucho Mary Emase MP. E, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, the Honorable Amushomba Gadoni, HSC MP, to replace the Honorable Maina Betty Njeri MP. Departmental Committee on Housing and Urban Planning and Public Works, the Honorable Tonui Joseph Kipkosgei MP, to fill a vacancy in the committee. G, Departmental Committee on Regional Development, the Honorable Keter David Kipsang MP, to replace the Honorable Wamushomba Gadoni, HSC MP. Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, the Honorable Maina Betty Njeri MP, to fill a vacancy in the committee. And I, the Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation, the Honorable Tubi Mohammed Tubi MP, to replace the Honorable Tonui Joseph Kipkosgei MP. And lastly, J, Departmental Committee on Education, the Honorable Kombe Harrison Garama MP, to replace the Honorable Oyugi Dick Maungu MP. Honorable Speaker, as you directed when we were beginning this session, in your directions to the Committee of Selections and the whips, to accommodate the new MPs who are no committees to sit in, the Selections Committee met and under the guidance of the whips, reconstituted the committees as has been stipulated on the order paper, and we have now accommodated all the new MPs into committees. And Honorable Speaker, as you're also aware, there is still a vacancy for the Member of Parliament for Kalau, whom we unfortunately lost, and we have left a bit of vacancies, and therefore we do hope that immediately after changes that may emanate from that by-election as we accommodate that new member. There are a bit of realignments of to move and request the Honorable Junet Mohammed, the leader of minority, to second.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to second the motion. These changes of the committees, Mr. Speaker, were majorly occasioned by the new member, the two new members who joined us in the recent by-elections, the member of parliament from Imorwa Dikir and the other member of parliament from Isiolo North. So a few more, and then also the member for Magarini have not gotten proper placement in committees. So with those few changes, then it's the occasion that we will do another one again after the by-election of this coming Olkalau. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I rise to second.
Members on their feet, take your seats. Take the nearest seat. Member on his feet, talking to Amashukuru. Honorable members, I'll now propose the question at order number 9, which is that notwithstanding the resolution of the House of Wednesday, 5th March 2025, Thursday, 6th March 2025, Tuesday, 29th July 2025, and Tuesday, 24th February 2026, appointing members to various committees, and pursuant the provisions of Standing Order 175, this House resolves to A. Reconstitute the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education as follows. 1. The Honorable Ongondo Boyd Were MP. 2. The Honorable Karido Kili Daniel MP. 3. The Honorable Bonaya Mumina Golo MP. 4. The Honorable Mwenje Mark Samuel CBS MP. 5. The Honorable Wamashukuru James Gidua Kamau CBS MP. 6. The Honorable Engineer Nzambia Gidua Thaddeus MP. 7. The Honorable Bisau Morris Kaka MP. 8. The Honorable Idinji Shadrach Mwiti MP. 9. The Honorable Chiforo Mondo Mangale Munga MP. 10. The Honorable Alpha Ondieki Miruka CBS MP. 11. The Honorable Sigei Francis Kipyegon Arab MP. 12. The Honorable Tubi Mohammed Tubi MP. 13. The Honorable Tonkei Rebecca Nunaishi MP. 14. The Honorable Kirima Moses Ngushine MP. 15. The Honorable Oyugi Dick Maungu MP. Approve the appointment of the following members to the respective committees as specified hereunder. Other select committees. A. Constitution Implementation Oversight Committee. 1. The Honorable Mwangi Teresia Wairime MP to replace the Honorable Mukunji John Gitonga MP. 2. The Honorable Keter David Kipsang MP to replace the Honorable Kitur Bernard Kibor MP. B. Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity, the Honorable Amboka Jack Wanami CBS MP to replace the Honorable Oyugi Dick Maungu MP. C. Committee on Member Services and Facilities, the Honorable Mukunji John Gitonga MP to replace the Honorable Mwangi Teresia Wanjiru MP. Finance, Audit, and Money-Related Committees. D. Special Funds Accounts Committee. The Honorable Koi John Waluke CBS MP to replace the Honorable Otucho Mer Emase MP. E. Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning. The Honorable Wamshomba Gadoni HSC MP to replace the Honorable Betty Maina Njeri MP. F. Departmental Committee on Housing, Urban Planning, and Public Works. The Honorable Tonui Joseph Kipkosgei MP to fill a vacancy in the committee. G. Departmental Committee on Regional Development, the Honorable Keter David Kimsang MP to replace Honorable Wamshomba Gadoni HSC MP. H. Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, the Honorable Maina Betty Njeri MP to fill a vacancy in the committee. I. Departmental Committee on Communication, Information, and Innovation, the Honorable Tubi Mohammed Tubi MP to replace the Honorable Tonui Joseph Kipkosgei MP. J. Departmental Committee on Education, the Honorable Kombe Harrison Garama MP to replace the Honorable Oyugi Dick Maungu MP. Do I put the question? Honorable members, I'll now put the question at order number 9, which is that notwithstanding the resolutions of the House of Wednesday, 5th March 2025, Thursday, 6th March 2025, Tuesday, 29th July 2025, and Tuesday, 24th February 2026, appointing members to various committees and pursuant the provisions of Standing Order 175, this House resolves to A, reconstitute the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education as follows. 1, the Honorable Ngondo Boyd Were MP. 2, the Honorable Karido Kiili Daniel MP. 3, the Honorable Bonaya Mumina Golo MP. 4, the Honorable Mwenje Mark Samuel CBS MP. 5, the Honorable Mashukuru James Gidua Kamau CBS MP. 6, the Honorable Engineer Nzambia Gidua Thaddeus MP. 7, the Honorable Bisau Morris Kakai MP. 8, the Honorable Idinji Shadrach Mwiti MP. 9, the Honorable Chiforomondo Mangale Munga MP. 10, the Honorable Alpha Ondie Kimiruka CBS MP. 11, the Honorable Sigei Francis Kipyegon Arab MP. 12, the Honorable Tubi Mohammed Tubi MP. 13, the Honorable Tonkei Rebecca Nunaishi MP. 14, the Honorable Kirima Moses Ngushine MP. 15, the Honorable Oyuki Dick Maungu MP. Approve the appointments of the following members to the respective committees as specified hereunder. Other select committees: A, Constitutional Implementation Oversight Committee, the Honorable Mwangi Teresia Wanjiru, MP, to replace the Honorable Mukunji John Kitonga MP. 2, the Honorable Keter David Kipsang MP, to replace the Honorable Kitur Bernard Kibor MP. B, Committee on National Cohesion and Equal Opportunity, the Honorable Wamboka Jack Wanami CBS MP, to replace the Honorable Oyugi Dick Maungu MP. C, Committee on Member Services and Facilities, the Honorable Mukunji John Gitonga MP, to replace the Honorable Mwangi Teresia Wanjiru MP. Financial Audit and Money-Related Committees. D, Special Funds Accounts Committee, the Honorable Koi John Waluke CBS MP, to replace the Honorable Otucho Mary Emase MP. Departmental Committees. E, Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, the Honorable Wamshomba Gadhoni HSC MP, to replace the Honorable Maina Betty Njeri MP. Departmental Committee, that's F, on Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works, the Honorable Tonui Joseph Kipkosgei MP, to fill a vacancy in the committee. G, Departmental Committee on Regional Development, the Honorable Keter David Kipsang MP, to replace the Honorable Wamchomba Gadhoni HSC MP. H, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, the Honorable Maina Betty Njere MP, to fill a vacancy in the committee. I, Departmental Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation, the Honorable Tubi Mohammed Tubi MP, to replace the Honorable Tonui Joseph Kipkosgei MP. J, Departmental Committee on Education, the Honorable Kombe Harrison Garama MP, to replace the Honorable Oyugi Dick Maungu MP. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Let's go back to request for statements. Onesmus Ngogoyo, MP, Kajiado North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the Chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the murder of Reverend Julius Ndumia Ngare, Parish Minister of the PCA Tubaga Parish, Nakuru East Presbytery. Honorable Speaker, Reverend Julius Ndumia Ngare was reportedly murdered on the 4th of May 2026 within the PCA Tubaga Parish Church compound in Nakuru North Sub-County, Nakuru County. This heinous and senseless act shocked the nation, the Christian fraternity, and the people of Ongata Rongai, where the late Reverend had been a long-time resident and served as a minister. And served the community for over 25 years. Such acts of violence against religious leaders are deeply disturbing and unacceptable in a constitutional democracy founded on human dignity, equity, and the right to life. Article 26 of the Constitution guarantees every person the right to life. Article 32 protects the freedom of conscience, religion, belief, opinion, and opinion. The killing of a clergyman in the line of duty not only violates these constitutional protections, but also creates fear and insecurity among religious leaders who continue to serve communities across the country. Many members and clergy now feel unsafe and vulnerable while carrying out their pastoral responsibility. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, the circumstances surrounding the murder of Reverend Julius Ndumi Angare and an update of the status of the investigation into the matter. 2, the progress made in identifying, apprehending, and prosecuting the individuals responsible for the heinous act. 3, the measures put in place by the ministry to guarantee the safety, security of clergy and other religious leaders, particularly those serving in isolated and vulnerable areas. And 4, the support being accorded to the bereaved family, the church, congregation, and the wider community affected by the tragic incident. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Ngogoyo, in security. Raso, how soon can you bring a response?
We'll respond in 2 weeks, Honorable.
2 weeks, so be it. Before I call Leah Sankaire, allow me to acknowledge honorable members, the following in the Speaker's Gallery: PCA Kambala School from Molo, Nakuru. When you are called out, if you are in the gallery, you stand up to be acknowledged. PCA Kambala School, Molo. Thank you. Apostolic Carmel School from Makadara, Nairobi. Thank you. In the public gallery, we have St. Teresa's Kutus Girls from Mwea, Kirinyaga. Jenongaiseri School from Kajiado, Central Kajiado. Ngetimoi Girls School from Baringo, Central Baringo. Pwani University from Kilifi, North Kilifi. On my behalf and on behalf of the House, we welcome the students, their teachers, and those accompanying them to the House of Parliament. Thank you. Next, Leah Sankaire. Leah Sankaire, question deferred. Next, Joyce Kamene, member for Machakos County.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request for a statement regarding payment of salaries and dues to the former employees of East Africa Portland Cement Company. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Labor regarding the payment of salaries and dues to the former employees of East Africa Portland Cement Company. Honorable Speaker, East African Portland Cement Company Limited is a limited liability company whose core business is production of cement under the brand name of Blue Triangle. The company had entered into a collective bargaining agreement, CBA, dated 19th December 2014 for the period 2012 to 2015 with the unionizable employees through the Kenya Commercial and Allied Workers Union. However, the company failed to effect general wage increase to some unionizable employees as per the CBA, resulting a case between Kenya Commercial and Allied Workers Union versus East Africa Portland Cement Company Limited. Case number 2119 of 2014. Honorable Speaker, the court ruled that East Africa Portland Company was required to pay salary and allowance arrears to its contract employees. Having found that they were wrongfully excluded from the benefits of the CBA that covered permanent staff. Despite this judgment, the affected former employees have for several years been unable to secure reinforcement for a degree for payment for the outstanding arrears of Kenya shillings 1.3 billion. The affected employees are apprehensive that the recent takeover of the East Africa Portland Cement Company by Kalahari Cement following its 27% stake held by National Social Security Fund will potentially jeopardize their payment. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background a request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee of Labor on the following. A report on the measures put in place to ensure payments for former employees of East Africa Portland Company, considering that Kalahari Cement has taken formal control of the company. Steps being taken by the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection to ensure implementation of the court decree on payment of salaries and dues to former East Africa Portland Cement Company employees, and finally, that timelines within which the East Africa Portland Company will make the payments. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Joyce Kamene, Honorable. Chair Labor. Is that the committee of Alice Nganga? Majority communicate with the chair to bring a response in 2 weeks.
I'll do so. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Adewario MP North Hor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a settlement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy regarding the delayed development of renewable energy infrastructure in Northern Constituency. Honorable Speaker, Northern Constituency remains among the least electrified regions in the country, despite the fact that access to reliable and affordable electricity supply is a key driver of socio-economic development. In an effort to improve electricity access in the area, the Minister of Energy and Petroleum, through the Rural Electrification and Renewable Energy, REREC, commenced installation of solar mini-grids in Dukana, Ileret, Balesa, and Hurry Hills. In addition, under Kenya Off-Grid Solar Access Project, COSAP, is implementing another phase of solar mini-grids projects in Bubisa, Forole, Elgade, and Gas to further expand electricity connectivity within the constituency. It is, however, regrettable that the mini-grids in Dukana, Ileret, and Balesa have remained non-operational for close to 2 years, resulting in prolonged darkness and severely disrupting essential services dependent on electricity in the region. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy on the following. 1, a report on the rationale for continued investment in the solar mini-grids in Bubisa, Forole, Elgade, Gas, while the existing mini-grids in Dukana, Ileret, and Balesa remain non-operational. And when Dukana, Ileret, and Balesa will have reliable and uninterrupted power supply. Secondly, clarification on the reasons for the non-connectivity of Northor to the Lake Turkana wind power project, despite the proximity of the constituency to the project. Finally, the plans by the Minister of Energy and Petroleum to invest and tap wind and solar power potentials in other constituency and timelines for implementation. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wario. Chair Energy. Mandazi, are you in the committee? Yes, when can you bring a response?
Honorable Speaker, we'll do the
2
response in 2 weeks.
Thank you. Caroline Ngelechei, member for Elgeyo Marakwet County.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to request for a statement regarding the circumstances surrounding the death of Ms. Sheila Chepkorir Tanui in Australia. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Committee of Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the circumstances surrounding the death of Ms. Sheila Chepkorir Tanui, a Kenyan citizen in Sydney, Australia. Honorable Speaker, Ms. Sheila Chepkorir Tanui, a 25-year-old Kenyan who hails from Elgeyo Marakwet County, died in Sydney, Australia under unclear circumstances. Her family claims that on the evening of Sunday, 17th May 2026, Australian law enforcement authorities notified them that Ms. Sheila Chepkorir had tragically passed away following an incident at her workplace, the Meriton Hotel. Initial reports alleged that Ms. Sheila fell from the 19th floor to 4th floor of the hotel building. Regrettably, the family faced significant delays and limited communication from the Australian authorities and her employer whenever they sought clarity on the circumstances of her death, raising suspicion of possible cover-up of the actual cause of Sheila's death. Honorable Speaker, the family fears were confirmed on 22nd May 2026 when its representatives observed that the condition of the body preserved at the Lahoud funeral services in Greenacre was wholly inconsistent with the report cause of death. Notably, the body had no visible injuries or fractures that normally observable on a victim of death by falling from a height of 19th to 4th floor as claimed. These concerns, together with the reported inconsistencies in official accounts, inadequate access to CCTV footage, witness statements, and absence of the transparent investigation process have left the family and the Kenyan community deeply distressed and without satisfactory answers. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following one. A report on the investigations being conducted by the Australian law enforcement and forensic authorities into the death of Ms. Sheila Chepkorir Tanui, including the steps taken to secure all the available CCTV footages, witness statement and forensic evidence for use to establish the actual cause of her death. 2, the measures being taken by the government of Kenya to engage Australian authorities to ensure a thorough and transparent investigation into the circumstances surrounding the death of Ms. Sheila Chepkorir and to guarantee the family full access to all relevant findings and evidence. And 3, the support and consular assistance being extended to the family by the Kenya High Commission in Australia, including measures to facilitate the dignified repatriation of Ms. Tanui's body remains and provision of the appropriate support to the family. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Caroline Ngelechei. Chair, Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. Any member? Timothy, can you bring a response?
Honorable Speaker, with your permission, if I can write on that statement.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
But are you a member of the committee as well?
No, Chair.
No, okay, go ahead.
Honorable Speaker, this is a sad incident. Honorable Speaker, Sheila Jeb Korir left Kenya on April 4th, 2026. Barely 2 months thereafter, she was found dead in Australia, Sydney. Honorable Speaker, this is a young lady who was carrying the dreams and the aspirations of the family. Honorable Speaker, she hails from Marakwet East, and it is unfortunate, Honorable Speaker, that so far there has been no major truce on the death of Sheila. Honorable Speaker, I call upon the Committee of Defense and the Kenyan High Commission to do thorough investigations and appraise the family on the cause of the death. Honorable Speaker, as the government, including this House, Honorable Speaker, we have an obligation to protect the lives of our young people, and I have no doubt that the Committee on Defense will take this matter seriously and give a report, Honorable Speaker, preferably before 1 week, so that the family can bring this matter to closure. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Defense and Foreign Relations, how soon can you bring a response? It's about a death of a young Kenyan lady in Australia.
2 weeks, Honorable Speaker.
2 weeks, okay.
And my apologies, because we had the delegation from the House of Commons.
Yes.
So we were.
Thank you. Thank you. Responses? Member for Pokot, Israel Kasiwai in the chamber? Yes. Raso, are you ready with this? The first one on responses, status and jurisdiction of Aro Sub-County Administrative Unit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a statement regarding boundary dispute between Turkana and West Pokot counties. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Raila Kasiwai has requested to be informed. 1, clarification on the official recognized boundary between Turkana and West Pokot. Measures being taken by the ministry to ensure seamless coordination in matters of security. Steps being taken to safeguard land rights, prevent boundary-related conflict. Honorable Speaker, Aro Sub-County is administratively within Turkana County, having been carved out of Turkana South Sub-County. It comprises Kainuk, Katilu, and Nakwamoru divisions, as well as Kainuk, Kaptutir, and Katilu locations, and 10 sub-locations. The Districts and Provinces Act of 1992, whose boundary provisions remain in force to date, clearly places Aro within Turkana County. This position was reaffirmed by the Andrew Legale Commission on the delimitation of boundaries, which maintain the same boundary demarcation. Measures being taken by the ministry. Honorable Speaker, the ministry has put in place the following measures. 1, deployment of multi-agency security teams, institutionalization of joint security forums, engagement of peace committees and community elders. 4, facilitation of cross-border peace dialogue. 5, operationalization of Aro Sub-County as an administrative unit. 5, next is steps being taken to safeguard land rights. Honorable Speaker, the ministry has undertaken the following interventions: promotions of alternative dispute resolution mechanism, implementation of civic education programs. 5, strengthening community engagement and peace building initiative. 4, promotion of equitable land use and development to minimize disputes. 5, enhancement of surveillance, early warning, and rapid response mechanism to security issues. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the government remains committed to maintaining peace, security, and stability in Aro Sub-County and along the Turkana-West Pokot boundary. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Signed by Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, Cabinet Secretary for Interior and National Administration. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Kasiwai, you've heard the answer or the response?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to appreciate the answer from the chair. However, there is need, Honorable Speaker, for the committee to visit the area to confirm whether the act has been implemented fully, because as it is, there's still a lot of uncertainty on the boundaries. And Honorable Speaker, I want to propose also that the committee, or rather the Minister of Lands, to first, the communities can do their projects or develop their land.
Parliament for West Pokot, right?
Yes, Speaker.
The chair of the committee is saying this area is in Turkana. You heard him say that?
Yes, Speaker.
So why do you want adjudication in a neighboring county?
There is a constant conflict, Speaker.
Did you hear what he said?
Noted, Honorable Speaker, but you know,
he said the District and Provinces Act, which you ought to know.
Yes, I know. I understand the act
yes,
of 1992. I understand.
Clearly places this area in Turkana. The Legal Commission of 2011 or 12 also affirmed the same. You are a member of the vast count of West Pokot, and you want adjudication to be done in Turkana. But it's up to you. Maybe you have extraterritorial jurisdiction. Yes, Oundo?
Honorable Speaker, this issue of boundary disputes, which actually I find it very interesting, yet we are one country called Kenya. We also have a boundary dispute, so-called, I don't know what's declared a boundary dispute, which we have not, in Busia County, with the Sirisia constituency in Busia, in the Bungoma. And the chair, I'm sure, is aware of this matter. And we people of Busia want to make it extremely clear, with the due deference to our colleagues from Bungoma, that Changara division falls within Busia County. And the sooner we accept this fact and avoid cases of incitement between two communities that have lived together harmoniously, because they cross each over, they trade, they marry each other, they do all good and bad things together, and they have had no issues. I just want to urge leaders to avoid incitement. We are entering a very emotive time. Any form of incitement is unnecessary.
I thought you are joyriding on the issue of Aro in Turkana, West Pokot.
Cross. Okay. Honorable Speaker, something is brewing up. Yes. Cuts across throughout the country. And I've just highlighted this matter because some of the statements have been made by our colleagues in respect of the Changara issue is unfortunate and unacceptable. We must resolve this issue. And I think, Chair, you must pronounce yourself consistently on this issue, that boundaries were settled during when we were setting out the counties in this country. Legal Commission. Nobody ever raised any issue. Why would you so late in the day? Because it's political expedient, you want to look a hero amongst your people to get re-elected out following of laundering numbers, then you start drumming up. Drums of war. Less leaders. And today you have gone to church. National prayer meeting. And I thought guys prayed and they are now saved. And they are now talking very well. Sure, why do you then go to church? Why are you a Christian? If you can dream, that be drums of war. Thank you.
Russell.
Thank you very much.
Kirima, you want to joyride on this? Yes, Kirima.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. The matter has been raised by the chairman there, and as it has been addressed by my colleagues, it has really touched almost all parts of Kenya, because like in my constituency, the whole location has been taken by my neighboring constituency. And this matter was settled way back in 1992 by the act which created the counties. And at the same time, the Andrew Legal Commission pursued the matter of arbitration and it called all the parties. But their own data, when we have come up, and we were not there at that time because it was cleared by our forefathers. When we have come back, ourselves, by coming up ourselves, we have tried to look like heroes by trying to grab other people's neighboring territorial areas so that they can look like we are fighting for our own people, yet it's not true. Speaker, this is the issue which I'm suffering out of my colleagues here trying to make himself a hero of creating polling stations, schools, and other institutions in my place.
Which colleague?
My colleague, Honorable, the chairman of the legal committee, Murugara, trying to make...
You are out of order. Kirima, order.
Thank you, Chairman.
You want to discuss the conduct of Murugara? Bring a motion.
I will speak. I will speak. I will.
Bring a motion. Yes, Emase?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to joyride on this issue of territorial disputes. Honorable Speaker, it's a very serious issue. It's not only between Pokot, West Pokot and Turkana, but you'll find Busia and Bungoma, and I want just to echo on what my colleague Honorable Undo has raised. If you come to Busia, now Bungoma Sirisha is claiming Changara to be part of Bungoma. And Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Lands is silent on this issue. There are records, historical records, the acts. These are gazetted areas that belong to specific counties. And therefore we cannot keep quiet and let this continue and escalate.
Mary just hold your horses. To be fair to the House, the area member of Parliament of Teso North, Honorable Oku Kaunya, filed a matter with the Speaker. I passed it on to the Interior Ministry, and they are seized of the matter. So probably you are anticipating debate. If you give it time, they will respond and it will be brought to the House. But you are at liberty to say what you are saying.
I stand guided, Honorable Speaker. I was just riding on and emphasizing on the importance of the urgency for us to address this issue because it's happening everywhere. Even within the same in certain counties, there are disputes between constituencies. Even if you come to my constituency, Honorable Speaker, Matayos is trying to claim part of Teso South, which is in Alupe. But you know, we are trying to solve it. So this disputes issue, the Ministry of Lands, Ministry of Interior should be able to come out and do something about it so that we prevent, communities beginning to, a lot of disputes between communities that have been living harmoniously for a long time, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Russell. Murugara, I have already ruled Kirima out of order, so you don't have to belabor the point. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I've always discussed with Honorable Kirima that the issue of boundary is actually determined by an act of parliament known as the Districts and Provinces Act 1992. So this issue keeps raising about grabbing and not grabbing is really non-existent. If you want to know the boundaries of your county, it is exactly as set out in your district, which existed in 1992. So these are the things we have. I don't know where they're coming from, because that time we had locations and sub-locations, and these were used to mark the boundaries between one district and another. 1992 simply was to actually supplant those districts into counties. So when he talks about we created polling stations, we created locations, I don't know where that comes from. Yes. And the Honorable Kirima, he's tried to incite people to go to court to try and get the court to determine the boundaries. And those cases have been dismissed. They've been said, you want to know about boundary, just look at this act of parliament, look at the administrative, because the administrators know where the boundaries are. And therefore, Kirima, I don't think there's any time you're going to change anything, because we are all Kenyans. We are entitled to live where we only require. What you need are title deeds, whether they're in Meru, Tharaka Nithi, or wherever. But to say
Rael's question has been adequately answered. She really wanted to know where Aro is. And you know, Mr. Speaker, we must put the records straight. Most of these boundary issues are largely in the pastoralist areas, because the pastoralists move around, and sometimes they move with the boundary to the extent that they even displace others. But on the agrarian part of this country, Honorable Speaker, in the case of Bungoma, Busia, and many other parts, even Meru, Tharaka, these are people who are settled. And I believe it is time some of those boundaries are fully stated. But the statutes that are there, the Legale Commission and the District and Provinces Act of 1992 are the two existing statutes that remains to date. And if any of our colleagues or any member in this House believes something is not right, then they must bring a substantive motion to the House so that it can be escalated further to the Ministry. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Russell. Martin Pepela is in the House. Yes. Chair, Transport. Sorry. Mark Mwenje, did I skip your... I'll come back to you. Okay. Go ahead. Mark Mwenje, sorry. You are in the House. Murugara, are you ready with a response?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hope also Honorable Arthur Wario. Yes, he's here. And I wish that Honorable Gikaria was here. He raised a matter very urgently through a question, but IEBC has actually answered together with these other two.
So you start with Arthur Wario.
So it's a combined statement, but it answers every one of them.
For the two?
Yes, the first two, and the ends, in fact, it started with Gikaria's question, which really is short, that I'm going to read to him, I give him the statement, then the other two, I will answer as they've done. Allow me kindly to do an abridged version, abbreviated version of it. It's a bit long, but it carries everything they want to hear. This is a statement in response to the request by Honorable Mark Mwenje, MP West, Embakasi West constituency, regarding alleged illegal voter transfer between counties, that is Nairobi and Garissa. There is also a request for statement by the Honorable Arthur Wario, MP North Hall constituency, regarding implementation of the enhanced continuous voter registration in North Hall constituency. And the question is by Honorable Gikaria, MP Nakuru Town East constituency, to the IEBC on why young Nakuru residents with the Maisha cards, that is the new generation identity cards, are unable to register as voters. Honorable Speaker, the statement proceeds as follows. The Commission expresses its appreciation to the National Assembly as key stakeholder in the electoral process. Further, the Commission values the cordial and constructive engagement it has consistently enjoyed with the legislature in the discharge of constitutional mandate. With regard to the issues raised by the honorable members, the Commission wishes to describe the process of voter registration and transfer as follows. Number one, eligibility and application for registration as a voter. We've set out what is required, the 4 elements of Kenya citizenship: attained the age of 18 years, is of sound mind, and has not been convicted of an election offense within the last 5 years or preceding 5 years. Then the eligibility for applicants, you have to produce your national identity card or a valid voter passport, a valid Kenyan passport. Then we have the voter registration process. They have set out how they do it through verification of identity and eligibility, number 1. Number 2, completion of application for registration form is the Form A. Number 3 is biometric data capture. Number 4 is selection of registration or polling center. Number 5 is review and confirmation of information. Number 6 is issuance of acknowledgement receipt. Slip, which looks like the voter's card we used to carry many years ago. Number 7 is updating of voter records once this is done. And the last paragraph is location for voter registration, where they are supposed to do so in the 290 IBC constituency offices and designated Huduma centers and the 1,450 county assembly wards with institutions of higher learning. This is where we do periodic enhanced outreach programs. Now for transfer, again, there has been detailed on how one does it through transfer of registration in accordance with Section 7 of the Act, and correction or updating of personal detail where this has had a problem. Then verification of registration status, they have set out how this is done by the poll clerks who actually check that this has been done properly. And now they go to the issues raised by the questions, starting with Honorable Gekaria, where he says Maisha cards are not being accepted in Nakuru Town East constituency, and their response is that this is not true. The Commission recognizes the Maisha card as an identification document and confirms that the voter registration system fully supports it. Claims that Maisha card holders born from 2004 onwards cannot register are therefore unsubstantiated. And Honorable Gekaria will have to provide details as regards who has a Maisha card and has been refused registration. Now, issues by Honorable Mark Mwenje. The issues were the veracity of the allegation regarding the transfer of voters from Nairobi City County to Garissa County and the extent of the affected voters. Number 2, the measures being taken by the government to verify and rectify any anomalies in the voter register. Number 3, the safeguards in place to prevent irregular transfer of voters across counties and polling stations. And number 4, the timelines within which any anomaly is expected to be resolved to restore public confidence in the electoral process. IBC response as follows. Number 1, allegations of illegal transfer of voters. The allegations of illegal voter transfer from Nairobi to Garissa are untenable, as voter transfers require physical presence and successful biometric verification. Therefore, Honorable Mwenje would have to provide details regarding any alleged transfers and where, if so, those transfers are in breach of any law, especially our electoral laws. Then Once these measures are designed to detect, deter, and address irregularities while strengthening public confidence in the electoral process. So they have set out the various methods that where this is done, and they confirm that there has been nothing illegal. If anyone has actually moved from Nairobi to Garissa, the physical presence of that person confirms that that is his wish, and we cannot obstruct it, especially where people want to move from one constituency to another constituency. Now, issues raised by Honorable Arthur Wario, MP, in respect to the statement by Honorable Arthur Wario, MP for North Horr constituency, regarding the implementation of the enhanced continuous voter registration exercise in North Horr constituency, specifically set out in the statement, the Commission responds as follows. Regarding issue number 1, the Commission is currently processing the ECVR data to retain only unique records and eliminate any potential duplicates before final certification. Consequently, the figures on newly registered voters, including transfers and changes of particulars for North Horr, are still being processed. However, the figures available as we speak today are that 7,988 new enrollments took place against a target of 4,204 new enrollments. So they actually registered more than the target they had. Now, limiting access to voter transfer and related services in the constituency, the Commission extended the services for new voter registration services by engaging clerks and mobilizers at ward level, ensuring coverage. So the area was particularly well covered. The services for voter transfer and update of particulars are carried out by the registration officers to enable verification of previous registrations and biometrics during application for transfer or change of particulars. So the Commission is exploring ways of facilitating registration officers with the necessary logistical support and resources to enhance the provision of voter transfer and update of particular services at the ward level for purposes of North Horr, which is one of the largest constituencies in the country. Such infrastructure includes stable internet connectivity, reliable power supply, and other logistical support necessary. The Commission proposes to operationalize periodic outreach services whereby registration officers may visit ward offices and other decentralized locations to conduct voter transfers and related services based on demand and operational feasibility. And as we conclude, for voter transfer and update of particulars, the Commission endeavors to facilitate the registration offices with necessary logistical support and resources to cover the vast areas of North Horr and carry out the above services. In conclusion, the Commission remains steadfast in its commitment to upholding integrity, accuracy, and credibility of the register of voters at all times, so as also to ensure and assure Kenyans of the integrity, accuracy, and credibility of the electoral process when this comes into being. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I have the whole statement with me here and will provide the members with copies, and if they need any supplementaries, we can invite IEBC to appear before the committee, and their supplementaries will actually be taken over there. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, Chair Legal. Now, before I bring Honorable Mwenje, who is very ready to deal with this matter, I'll be bringing you. But before then, let's acknowledge the presence of the following schools in the Speaker's Gallery: Kapsabet Girls School from Mgwen constituency, Nandi. And then also we have Londiani Girls School from Cape Kelion, Kericho. Now, I can see the member is here. 1 minute, just to appreciate the students.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Are you on a point of order, Honorable Mili?
1 minute.
Okay, let's listen to the Honorable Member for Nandi.
Thank you, Honorable Mili, for allowing me. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. First, I would like to welcome all the students who are here, and particularly the students from Kapsabet Girls High School in Mgwen constituency. And I want to, I know it's a rare chance for you to be in this honorable house, but I want to encourage you that Kapsabet Girls Honorable Speaker is one of my it's a leading school in Mgwen constituency, of which last year we had close to 99% transition to the university.
Great.
And I'm proud of them because they're very disciplined and hardworking. I want to encourage all the students who are here so that you work hard, your future is bright, and one day you might be in this honorable house as leaders of the future. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Chirorot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to join my colleague, Lelmengich, in welcoming both Londiani Girls and Kapsabet Girls to this house, August House, where laws are made and passed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Londiani Girls is one of the leading schools in my constituency, and I want to say that we have a lot of alumni who have gone through the same school, and they are doing very well, Mr. Speaker. I want to say that, as Mandela said, that education is the most powerful weapon which we can use to change the world. I want to encourage our students that they should work hard to make sure that they prepare for future. This morning in our prayer breakfast, Mr. Speaker, we had this girl from Kenya High who really spoke, and she really challenged the president that we should be able also to visit girls' schools, because I think, according to her, the president has been visiting boys' school. And I want to encourage our president also to make sure that all our girls in high school are also visited. Another thing, Mr. Speaker, I want to say pole for our girls in Gilgil who lost their lives this early morning. And I want to condole with the families, that may God be with you and encourage and comfort you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Great. You need to be much briefer than that, because these are just comments. So let's give Honorable Mili very briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I would want to take the opportunity as well to welcome Kapsabet Girls in the National Assembly, and to say that one of my sisters, or sister cousins, was a teacher there. Unfortunately, she has since passed on. And also Londiani Girls, welcome to the house. I pass Londiani a lot of times on my way to Suba North. And Mr. Speaker, I want to tell the member who is worried that a girl from Kenya High was complaining to the president today that the president is only visiting the boys' schools. Worry not. I am going to visit all the girls' schools, because I am the president 2032. So the girls here, these are my voters in 2032. It's just that they are not allowed to cheer. Otherwise, they would all be cheering, because they know the president, the first woman president, is here. Amilo Geza, the bad girl. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome.
Great. I think that's done. No, we have had enough of that. Let's go to business, members. So let's get the first bite from Honorable Mwenje.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I've had a chance to listen to the response to my questions, and for questions 2, 3, and 4 that have been provided by IBC, in my opinion, are satisfactory questions. Honorable Speaker, just before I raise the main issue, I want to express that I do have a lot of confidence in the new IBC. I have confidence in that chairman. I have confidence in one, especially Commissioner Ande Ritu, and even my returning officer in the constituency. I believe they're doing a good job. Having said that, the response that I've gotten on the first issue to use kind words, Honorable Speaker, is to say that this is an insulting response. It makes it look as though I imagined what I raised. And Honorable Speaker, I had actually requested the committee to invite me, and they gave me a date of 26th of this month, 2 days ago, that they would invite me when IBC were in the committee so I could raise these issues of illegal transfers. Now they're saying it cannot happen, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, if the chair had paid attention, we had a member who was elected the other day in Embu County, which I believe is neighboring county. And I'm glad that he's won his petition. But the whole issue around that petition that forced a recount of votes was because there were some registrations that went on at the time when the IBC register was closed. So these issues are happening. Now, there was an expose done by NTV. Speaker Muturi gave some evidence, and I did, and I restricted my comments, Honorable Speaker, with respect to this House, because I didn't want to raise this issue. Now, Honorable Speaker, let me give the chairman these names. These are people from Embakasi West. Christopher Moteru lives in Molem. He's a registered voter now in Garissa, in Ijara. When I spoke to the member of parliament from Ijara, he told me this polling center, Bula AP dispensary, is at the farthest corner in his constituency. Number 2, Moiro Mongai, Garissa, Mbalambala, Danyere. When I spoke to the honorable member, he told me this is a very far-flung polling center. Number 3, Abraham Kelia, Garissa, Ijara, Bula AP dispensary. Mind you, these are people I know and live in my constituency. Yeah? Another one, Ken Mueni, moved to Garissa, Ijara Livestock Market.
How long is the list?
Honorable Speaker, it's a long list. I've stopped.
Proceed.
Did I imagine these names for them to tell me that it is impossible? And I don't want to raise this politics. Why are these people from one community only being moved to these areas? This is the issue that I have. If you are moving these names to Moranga, Kiambu, I'll assume maybe they are voting in their ancestral homes. These are not the ancestral homes in Garissa and Wajir. It's not there. So, Chair, with due respect, let IEBC not treat as though I'm accusing them. We are not in court. I want to give them this information because, in my opinion, there is a third party involved and using resources to confuse these young men who will not get a chance to vote. I have to transfer these individuals back, and I've refused, Honorable Speaker, to transfer them back so that I can give them to IEBC, they can interrogate them, and they will tell them what they have told me. There is somebody somewhere. It is not the commissioners I'm accusing, it is not my returning officer, but it is somebody meddling. And mind you, Chair, this issue cuts is in Embakasi North, it's in Embakasi Central. Even Honorable Mbui, I hope he was listening to me, he'll tell you it is there. So, please, Chairman,
very well.
Just call me to a meeting where you are meeting with the IEBC, and I will give them these people. I will give them these contacts. Let them investigate and find out so that we sort out this issue. Otherwise, we're just laying ground for election petitions that will be endless after the elections in 2027. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I can see some interest. Let me just take 2 Oundo. Briefly, the first speaker had the leverage.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I want Sir George to listen carefully and convey this message to IBC. Honorable Speaker, the integrity of an election is not determined on the day of counting. And Honorable Speaker, allow me to paint a very clear and a very well-orchestrated scheme being played on the border points. And I say so in relation to what Honorable Mwenje has raised. Honorable Speaker, there is currently something called rapid initiative, something like that, to register people as residents of Kenya. to issue them ID cards. And that, Honorable Speaker, is specifically happening in Teso North and Funyula. What is happening, Honorable Speaker? Somebody somewhere is transporting non-citizens, non-Kenyans, to come and get ID cards. The moment they are given the waiting cards, they're immediately registered as voters. In blatant disregard on the procedures. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya, Article 15.1 and Article 15.2 says for any non-Kenyan to be registered to be Kenyan by registration, first of all, must have been married for 7 continuous years. Number 2, must have been lived in Kenya for 10 continuous years. Honorable Speaker, in Funyula constituency and Teso North, we are witnessing a very ugly spectacle. People are coming in lorries. People are coming in matatus. And Honorable Speaker, those guys cannot either speak Swahili, cannot speak English, cannot speak local dialect. You wonder when did they live in Kenya for 7 years? How do they transact business if they have lived in Kenya for 7 years, yet they cannot read and write in English, Swahili, or local dialect? How do they become residents of Kenya? How have they lived for Kenya? For 10 years, Honorable Speaker. And they cannot even read and write. Honorable Speaker,
we got your point.
It might
So
be
summarize,
expedient politically, but the danger we're exposing this country to is going to haunt us for 10 or so years after the people who are orchestrating the same have long left office. It's a dangerous situation, and I hope it cuts across both electoral integrity and the national security of this country. And Honorable Speaker, with the fullness of time, I'll bring a substantial question to be answered.
Very well.
And I hope nobody will kill it in the bureaucracy as well as the practice in this parliament. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
No, just bring a question, cannot be killed. The business here must just be undertaken. I can see, Honorable, is that Wandeto? Yeah, very briefly, and then we go back to Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. The issue of electoral integrity, Mr. Speaker, is very, very important. And you know, this country has even gone into very difficult times because of the questions of electoral integrity. As we speak, I think the ODM party, which Honorable Millie is a member of, I think are still waiting for some servers to be opened from the last election. So electoral justice is a big thing. And Mr. Speaker, when we hear about voters being transferred against their wish, all finding themselves where they did not wish to be registered, it is an issue that requires a thorough investigation. And we do not want these sort of casual responses coming from the committees. What we would like is a thorough investigation, including those voters being called to appear in the committee and show the evidence that they are alluding to. And the 2027 election, Mr. Speaker, will be a very, very consequential election in this country. And already, some of the utterances even being made by leaders or some members of this House, who some have said that even if their candidate of choice doesn't win, they will steal for him the vote. Maybe we are wondering whether this thing of moving, especially members of a certain community, from where they voted, it could be part of the voter suppression, which is being organized. And there has been many people who have come out clearly and saying, they will steal this election. So these are very serious early warning signs. And I hope that the relevant committees can take this matter very, very seriously and not give casual responses in this House, because indeed this could be a plot to steal the 2027 general election, and there are many, many signs that are coming out that indeed all is not well. Thank you.
Chair. Order. The two members.
Thank you.
Some of them are senior
Thank
members.
you very much. Honorable Speaker, I start with Honorable Wandeto. If you ask a question that appears casual on the face of it, you will get a casual answer. This is the reason why lawyers would always give you what is known as particularization of a question, or giving full and sufficient particulars so that you are able to receive a sufficient answer. Allegations that are made in funerals, in Harambes and what have you. Those are just allegations. They have no particulars. They do not have anything else. And that takes me to the joyriding by Honorable Oundo. Here we are dealing with the voter registration, not registration of persons to receive IDs. And again, the way you're stating it is equally casual. You're saying there are people coming there in lorries, they can either speak Swahili or Luya language or whatever, and it borders on criminality. So these are criminal elements who are doing criminal things, and you've not made a report. So you need to go to the authorities, make a report so that these are investigated. And you provide the particulars. You cannot just go there and say, last night I was told some lorry was seen somewhere ferrying people. Nobody will take you seriously. Let me go to Honorable Mwenje. Honorable Mwenje, you've read out names. Which names should have actually been in your statement? That's the reason you're complaining that there has been no investigation. Had you given those names in your request, you would now be having answers as to what your constituents who belong to a certain ethnic community did to find themselves in wherever they found themselves, if that is true. So, the way to cure it is you may do a letter to Justice and Legal Affairs with those names, IDs, and other particulars. Then we'll invite IEBC to appear before us, and you may be surprised. Through the process I have read here, those constituents of yours actually appeared before a registration officer, expressed intention to go to Mbalambala or wherever they want to go, and the due process was followed and they were moved. How that happened, you say somebody somewhere is inducing them. Again, let us have particulars of that particular somebody somewhere who is inducing them, who is committing an offense, and you are not complaining about him because you are not allowed to do so. However, if the inducement is done elsewhere, we don't know where, and one fine morning, a young man by the names you have given, Mwangi or Kamau or whomsoever, appears before a registration officer voluntarily, out of his own will, volenti, and he says, I want to be moved to Balambala. The reasons he states, whatever reasons, he is now shifting base from your constituency to Garissa or to wherever. And the registration officer is convinced that that application has merit. Believe you me, IBC will act on it. So let's get full particulars. I assure you, we will have IBC coming over and they will give a response. Thank you very much, because at least you have confidence in some of the commissioners. In fact, it's not just Anderito. All of them are determined to deliver to this country a free, fair, credible, justifiable election. Those allegations of rigging, those are wishful thinking of whoever is thinking that way. We want an election that is going to be believable by everybody, because an election is done at a polling station. And that is going to be what we will take forward. So, but this House must also fund IBC. I have made that plea before, that if IBC is not properly funded, then you will hear cries and whinging, because it may not be able to do its work timelessly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. I think your strength in that area has been the specifics, because this is a house of rules and order. And relax, Honourable Member. And the two Honourable Members, you can actually bring substantive questions and they are dealt with specifics. But I think Mwenje did very well in terms of the names. And I want to guide that when you invite IBC, it's not bad to invite Mwenje, because he's a member of Parliament and he can execute all these things right there. And by the time you come back here, it's very, very well done. What is it, Honourable Member? Because I've closed that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine was just but a request.
Yes.
Instead of Mwenje going to the committee, the chair invites the IBC in this house, and because the question is cutting across all the constituencies.
Check out on the people who need to come to the house. We have our order, standing orders, which guide us on who can be called here. Let's move to the next business. Is Honorable Martin Pepela in the house? If so, do we have the Chair Transport and Infrastructure? Yes, I can see Chair Transport and Infrastructure there. You have a matter to execute. Honorable members, allow the Chairman Transport and Infrastructure to execute this matter. Give him the microphone. There's a microphone on your left. Now you have both. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, give me the details, please. The member, I can't even see the member. Yeah. Oh, he's here. Okay. Martin. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on 12 March 2026, the member for Webuye East, Honorable Wanyonyi Martin Pepela MP, requested for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding a tragic road accident along the Wembuye-Kitare Road. Honorable Speaker, in the statement, the honorable members sought to establish, among other things, and I think I will just go straight to the responses because regarding the report on any safety audit conducted on the road at Maraba Junction along the Webuye-Kitare Road, and if so, whether the road area has been officially designated as an accident black spot. Following the accident, the authority reviewed the available crash data for the Maraba Junction along Webuye-Kitare Road, while also taking into consideration the alignment of the road at that particular section that includes the climbing lane. The review indicated that the section does not qualify as an accident black spot. Two, regarding the measures being undertaken by Kenya to enhance safety at the junction, including the installation of properly designed and clearly marked speed bumps and equip proper road signage, clear road markings, reflective stands, and any other appropriate road safety interventions and timelines for the completion of the installation of these road safety measures. The Ministry of Transport and Roads stated that the previously installed road signs at the section have been vandalized severally, despite sensitization efforts by the agency to deter the vice. Kenya has initiated additional urgent road safety measures at the Maraba Junction through the PBC contract, including one, installation of additional warning and informatory signs at the critical points at the junction, and two, remarking of the road with the thermoplastic paint to improve visibility, and three, installation of properly designed rambo strips using thermoplastic paints to alert drivers. Three, Honorable Speaker, regarding the long-term plans by the Ministry of Roads and Transport, if any, to upgrade the Webuye-Kitare Road and to dual carriage way to avert frequent accidents, specifying projected timelines. The Ministry submitted that there are currently no immediate plans to upgrade the entire section to a dual carriageway, as the existing traffic volume does not call for dualing. In addition, prevailing budget constraints would not allow construction of a dual carriageway in the near future. Four, Honorable Speaker, regarding plans by the Ministry to compensate the families of the victims and measures in place to support victims of the accidents that occurred at Maraba Junction, the Ministry submitted that it condoles with the families of the affected victims. However, plans for compensation of victims of accident on its network can happen following thorough police investigation establishing on who takes the liability. Furthermore, as the ministry implements its mandate of providing safe and adequate national trunk roads to all road users, it is also engaging the National Transport and Safety Authority and the National Police Service to enhance enforcement of traffic rules along the corridor to mitigate accident occurrences. Honorable Speaker, I submit. Thank you.
Very well. Chair, I think you should proceed. Is the Honorable Ahmed Hussein in the House? Hassan. Then if he's not there, I would have asked you to proceed and do the two of them because they're concerned. But now let me bring Honorable Pepela for...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first I want really to thank my friend Chair for this response, but also raise a couple of issues, Chair. Especially, Chair, on issue 1. Chair, we've lost so many people on this road, and in particular at this particular spot. And Chair, I think for me where I sit, in terms of categorizing a place as an accident black spot, depends so much on the frequency of accidents that happen in that place. And Mr. Speaker, this place, even when we lost around 15 people, we still continue losing people at this particular place. So Honorable Speaker, I don't really understand the parameters that have been used to say that this particular place cannot fall within a black spot. That's why I want to challenge the Chair to really revisit their position and really categorize this place as a black spot because we are continuing to lose many people. Chair, on issue 2, in terms of the steps that the minister has taken, I want really to appreciate because we can see remarking of the road and they have also installed some warning signs. But Honorable Speaker, we had requested for a comprehensive plan and measures to be able to ensure that they install the warning signs, they install speed bumps, which really has not been done. So I think really I want to challenge Chair that they also need to move and ensure that beyond what has happened, they are also coming up with a comprehensive plan to ensure that they put in place measures that will really reduce the number of accidents at this particular place. On issue 3, Chair, as far as dwelling of this road, I expected really, Chair, that the ministry will tell us if they don't really want, or rather if they are not ready to do all this particular section or this particular road, they should also even just be planning to widen this road. Because one of the challenges is that the road is not that wide enough, and that's why we are having this access. So I think for the ministry to say that the reason why they will not do all this road is because of the budget constraints, I think really they're also not being fair. Because it is this house that recently passed the National Infrastructure Fund, and that fund can as well also be used to be able to widen this particular road. Finally, Chair, I appreciate the ministry condoling with with the families that lost their loved ones. But I think really, Chair, that is not enough. I expected the ministry to tell us that beyond condoling with the families, they have taken steps to liaise with the Ministry of Interior to ensure that they conduct...
Order, Honourable Member, you are digressing. We dealt with this matter when the substantive speaker was here. And you also have a chance of even bringing a special motion next week, specifically to deal with that matter. I'll be supporting you, I'm a teacher. So please confide yourself to the business.
Yeah, Honourable Chair, you know, Honourable Speaker, government is a government of collective responsibility. And a matter happening in one ministry does not tire that ministry from also liaising with the other ministry to be able to have a comprehensive response and action, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, to summarize, I really expect that the two ministries will work closely for us to have a thorough investigation, and finally these families are compensated for the loss that befall them, Chair. Thank you so much, Chair.
Chair, Transport.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have listened to my colleague, and we work together to ensure that the issues he has raised are addressed. Thank you.
Very well. Is the leader in the House for his statement, Thursday statement? Okay, maybe when he comes in, we shall still give him a chance to give the Thursday statement. And here he walks in, I think he is more than ready. So let's get the Thursday statement by leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My apologies, I was running down from the office.
Order, leader. Just 1 minute as you settle down. The chair transport, you will, because I can see the member for Banisa is not in the house, so you can bring that statement, the answers that you had to the table. And now we can invite the leader to proceed with Thursday statement.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to present the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 26th May 2026 to prioritize business for consideration during the week and the business coming before the House in the following week. Honorable Speaker, allow me first to officially welcome members back from the short recess and further wish to appreciate the leadership of the House and all members for the dedication and cooperation exhibited so far, and look forward to the same dedication in this session after the recess and a very busy session with the budget making process well on course. And as I thank members who took time during the working recess to consider the budget estimates that were tabled before the House on the last Thursday before that recess. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business scheduled for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to continue with the consideration of the following. A, Committee of the Whole House on the following bills. 1, the Fisheries Management and Development Bill, National Assembly Bill number 29 of 2023. And I see Honorable Millie Odhiambo nodding because she knows she has amendments, so it will come up next week. 2 is a Quality Health Care and Patient Safety Bill, National Assembly Bill number 41 of 2025. B is the second reading of the following bills, if not concluded this afternoon or this evening. 1 is a Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2025. 2, the Plant Protection Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2025. 3, the Competition Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2026. And 4, the Kenya Judiciary Academy Bill, National Assembly Bill number 42 of 2025. C is a special motion on consideration of nominee for appointment as High Commissioner to Canada, if not concluded this afternoon, Thursday, May 28, 2026. D is motions on the consideration of the budget estimates for the financial year 2026-2027, general debate, first allotted day, subject to tabling of the report and giving of notice of motion. E is motions on the following, if not concluded again today, Thursday, May 28, 2026. 1 is a report on inspection visit to the East African Science and Technology Commission and the East African Health Research Commission. 2, report of the Kenya delegation to the 151st Assembly of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, and related meetings. 3 is a second report on the status of reports on petitions and resolutions. And 4 is a report on inspection visits to 14 special needs schools in specified counties. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee shall reconvene again on Tuesday, 2nd June 2026 to schedule business for the rest of that week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House, as I wish you all a good weekend, and a happy Madaraka Day. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 10, the Microfinance Bill, National Assembly Bill number 9 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the law regulating microfinance business in Kenya and for connected purposes. Order number 11, the Kenya Revenue Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 28 of 2026, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Kenya Revenue Authority Act and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 12, special motion, consideration of a nominee for appointment as High Commissioner to Canada.
A chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Before I can go to the motion, Honorable Speaker, allow me also to welcome all the students that have visited us that are seated in the gallery. In the gallery as well are my two sons, Barchok Koech and Kipkalia Koech. The two decided to come here, and their friend, Negus, they decided to come here today to see what we transact in the floor of this house. Just to say, Honorable Speaker, for the knowledge of the House, is that their grandfather, the late Kipkalia Kones, was a four-term member of Parliament. He was also in this House. Their grandmother, Honorable Beatrice Kones, was a member of this House who served for 2 terms. Their father, Nelson Koech, yours truly here, who has also served for 2 terms. And their mother is running for the Bomet senatorial seat. So, so I truly have, even though none of them is showing any interest of politics at the moment, I thought it will be a good thing for them to come here today and see what we transact in this house. And all those that are in the gallery today, the students who are here, we wish you all the best. We wish you all the best in your studies. I know in the near future, some of you will be standing here moving the business of the day and moving this country forward. Honorable Speaker, I go to the business. I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on the Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in this report on the approval hearing of Mr. Humphrey Mulongo Watanga, EBS, for appointment as High Commissioner of the Republic of Kenya to Ottawa, Canada, laid on the table of the House and pursuant to Article 132 of the Constitution, Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, and Section 22 of the Foreign Service Act, Cap 185E. This House approves the appointment of Mr. Humphrey Mulongo Watanga as a High Commissioner of the Republic of Kenya in Ottawa, Canada. In the exercise of its mandate, under Standing Order 216, the committee conducted the approval hearing of the nominee on Thursday, May 2026, and subjected him to a rigorous vetting process, including public participation and integrity verification by all relevant statutory bodies. The nominee was found compliant with the constitutional and statutory requirements, including Chapter 6 of leadership and on leadership and integrity. Honorable Speaker, the committee examined the nominee's academic background. I must say he's a very experienced and a professional with a lot of experience and performance. And during that approval hearing, we examined. The nominee possesses exceptional academic credentials, having studied it at the Harvard University and at the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. Mr. Watanga is he's an accomplished academician, Honorable Speaker, I must mention. In fact, he had been picked to University of Nairobi to study veterinary, but he got a scholarship to the prestigious Harvard University, where he studied. He also demonstrated extensive leadership and institutional management experience through his service as Commissioner General in Kenya Revenue, Vice Chairperson of the Commission on Revenue Allocation before that, and in various investment advisory and corporate finance roles that he has done, both locally and internationally. Honorable Speaker, the committee further noted that the nominee demonstrated substantial understanding of public finance management, revenue administration, economic diplomacy, investment promotion, and international partnerships. During the approval hearing, he articulated vision of leveraging Kenya's strategic geographical position and the African continental free trade framework to position Kenya as a gateway for Canadian investment into East Africa and wider African market. Points to note, however, Honorable Speaker, which of course the committee, after they invited him to appear, we were convinced. The nominee had requested the rescheduling of the approval hearing. And on this, Honorable Speaker, I want to mention, particularly to the nominees and all nominees that appear before Parliament, that they should not take for granted an invitation to appear before a committee of this House. Sometimes they want to push the date of appearance, and it is expensive. Honorable Speaker, having the nominees, first of all, one of the communication is in the newspapers, and it costs about $500,000 to have such a communication in the newspaper. So it costs a lot of money to the taxpayer, and nominees should take an invitation from this House for vetting very, very seriously. Honorable Speaker, he did request for a rescheduling of his appearance, while the committee acknowledged the importance of continuity with public institutions because he had requested that he was handing over his duties in Kere. Members expressed concern regarding the unprecedented nature of the request by a presidential nominee. The explanation advanced by the nominee was considered unsatisfactory by the committee, particularly given the strategic importance and urgency ordinarily associated with presidential diplomatic appointments. And Honorable Speaker, probably this should, even as we discuss, I'm sure it is going to come into the debate, it is important that we pursue. On the Bongusha, CNN is bringing into this House a motion. It's come before my committee. And looking on how we will be, those that are going to be picked to the diplomatic appointments should be considered. And it's going to be on a ratio of 70-30. That is what his proposal is saying. And I think it is important because it is not fair sometimes when a nominee is given an opportunity by the head of state. And you find that there are diplomats who have been waiting for such a position. They will take the next minute to come for vetting. Yet you have someone who's been given an opportunity asking Parliament to reschedule his appearance before the committee. Nonetheless, we were convinced by his excuse, even though with so many question marks. And although the nominee demonstrated an understanding of bilateral economic relations and international engagement, the committee observed that to effectively discharge the responsibilities of a High Commissioner, the nominee will require structured orientation and capacity building in diplomatic practice, which is normally done anyway, on foreign policy implementation and protocol affairs. Nonetheless, the committee also observed that the nominee exhibited composure, confidence, and strong analytical capacity during the approval hearing. His exposure to international finance, multilateral engagement, investment negotiations, and cross-border partnerships provides a useful foundation upon which diplomatic competencies may be strengthened. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the committee identified no constitutional or statutory impediment to the appointment of the nominee. The nominee satisfied the requirements relating to citizenship, integrity, professionalism, competence, and suitability for state officers contemplated under the Constitution and Foreign Service Act. Accordingly, Honorable Speaker, the committee recommended that this House approves the appointment of Mr. Humphrey Mulongo Watanga, EBS, as the High Commissioner of the Republic of Kenya to Ottawa, Canada. Honorable Speaker, I want to beg the gracious lady, the formidable Deputy Leader of Minority, Honorable Millie Mabona, to second this this motion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Deputy Whip, sorry, but she's running for president in 2032, so
Yes.
I'm just preparing her psychologically.
Yes, thank you. And thanks for noting that. But currently, I'm the minority chief whip. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I second, let me take this opportunity to welcome Moi girls. I think they're the ones who was called Highlands in the past. And it's a school that has produced great women in this country, including Mama Ida Odinga, a great friend of mine. And this is how we do business in the house. And when you see women in this house, I want you to know that now that you see very many of us here, it's not always been like that. When I joined Parliament 17 years ago, we were only 17 women. So we hope that by the time you get here, you'll be more than 100 women. Mr. Speaker, I also want to welcome the family of Honorable Koech, and you are doing a good thing because it's good for our families to be acquainted with the kind of work that we do. And I want to say that I served with the late Honorable Kipkalia Kones, I served with Beatrice Kones, and now I serve with Honorable Koech, who is my chairman in the Defense Committee. And I want to tell Honorable Koech, you will be a clog in the campaign of president, because now you are dynasty when you are not supposed to be dynasty. Now with your wife also running, you qualify to be dynasty. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I ask to second the motion on the approval of Mr. Humphrey Mulongo Watanga, EBS, for appointment as High Commissioner of the Republic of Kenya to Ottawa, Canada. Mr. Speaker, the committee undertook the approval hearing of the nominee on Thursday, 14th May 2026, in accordance with the Constitution, the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, the Foreign Service Act, and the standing orders of this House. The committee confirmed that the nominee satisfied the constitutional and statutory requirements for appointment to state office, having been duly cleared by all relevant statutory bodies in the country. Mr. Speaker, the committee further notes that the nominee possesses exceptional academic and professional credentials, having studied at the famous Harvard University, and I wish the minority leader, Honorable Inchungwa, was listening, who likes bragging about alliance. Now we have somebody here with Harvard University, and including Honorable Karoli, but who also went to Harvard, but I also went to New York University, so don't boast for me. Mr. Speaker, he also went to the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. He has also demonstrated extensive experience in public finance management, institutional leadership, investment advisory, and revenue administration through his service at the Commission on Revenue Allocation, and more recently as a Commissioner General of the Kenya Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, additionally, the nominee demonstrated strong analytical ability, composure, and understanding of economic diplomacy during the approval hearing. Mr. Speaker, his experience in international finance, cross-border investment, engagement, and strategic negotiations provides a useful foundation for advancing Kenya's bilateral relations with Canada, particularly in trade, investment, innovation, education, and technology cooperation. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the strengths that I've mentioned about him, the committee observed notable concerns, particularly regarding the nominee's request for rescheduling of the approval hearing on account of an ongoing handover process at the Kenya Revenue Authority. Mr. Speaker, I know this may sound like a simple matter for a lot of people, but such a request by a presidential nominee was unusual and occasioned additional public expenditure, especially in these difficult economic times, arising from the need to undertake a second public advertisement and extension of the vetting timelines. Mr. Speaker, the committee further observed that he lacks the formal diplomatic training and direct foreign service experience. But this wouldn't be a first, Mr. Speaker, because we have seen people who have similarly served and have done very well. Diplomatic representation at the level of a G7 country such as Canada requires not only management competence, but also familiarity with diplomatic protocol and multilateral engagement, and that is one of the reasons that we raise a bit of concern about him. However, Mr. Speaker, the committee was equally persuaded that the nominee's extensive experience in economic governance, international engagement, and institutional reforms provides a strong basis upon which the necessary diplomatic competence can be developed. Mr. Speaker, this approval should therefore not be interpreted as an affirmation of complete readiness in diplomatic practice, but rather as recognition of the nominee's professional competence, integrity, and potential to effectively represent Kenya's interests upon receiving the necessary institutional support and orientation. Mr. Speaker, with those remarks, I second. Thank you.
Very well, Honorable Millie, and I think both yourself and the chair have spoken about the rescheduling of that particular appearance of the nominee. I think that's a matter that you could escalate to the speaker, because all these things are done within the standing orders, constitution, and acts and laws of this country. And such a rescheduling can have a very serious meaning, and therefore I would be asking the chairman to escalate that accordingly. Honorable members, I now proceed to propose the question that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations in its report on the approval, hearing of a nominee for appointment as High Commissioner to Ottawa, Canada, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 26 May 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution, Section 22 of the Foreign Service Act, Cap 185(e), and Section 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Humphrey Mlongo Watanga, EBS, as High Commissioner to Ottawa, Canada. The Honorable Ndindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And as I rise to almost congratulate Mr. Humphrey Watanga, I also want to make some brief comments, Honorable Speaker, and especially in terms of foreign policy. But before that, Honorable Speaker, you allow me to send my most sincere condolences to the families who have been affected by the tragic fire at the Utumishi Girls Academy. Honorable Speaker, this is an incident that have shaken our nation, and we stand in solidarity with all the affected families at this very unfortunate and very difficult moment. And even we said our quick recovery message to all the learners who are currently hospitalized in various areas. And we are together with them in our thoughts and prayers. Honorable Speaker, I also want to welcome all the learners who are here today. And I want to commend them for finding time to come and see how we do our business here in Parliament. And also wish them all the best in their aspirations, because I'm sure a majority of them would want to be occupying these positions. We wish them all the best as you go through school. Know that you have a blank sheet of paper currently. You can write anything basically you'd want to become. And because you are all the ages on your side, you can actually become anything that you aspire to be. Start early while you're in school, lead clubs, lead various areas in school. I mean, hone your abilities there so that you continue developing yourself. Honorable Speaker, as I go to the agenda of the day, it is important, Honorable Speaker, that we give a lot of weight and consideration to the foreign policy of our country. Honorable Speaker, the country's and state self-interest is embedded on the policy that we have, that is foreign policy. Currently, Kenya, as it stands, Honorable Speaker, as a developing country, our role should basically be about trade, investments, and production. Because, Honorable Speaker, whatever we do that safeguards our national interests, it should always have fruits to the Kenyan people. And the fruits majorly, and on the economic sphere of it, can only come if we truly embed whatever we do in terms of our internal policies and our foreign policy into ways and channels that spur investments, that spurs production, and that enlarges and grows our economy. And Honorable Speaker, as we say so, because we are clear-minded at where our country is now, looking at the data between what we do between Kenya and Canada, it is evident, Honorable Speaker, that our trade between Kenya and Canada is almost equal, but it's also marginal when we look at the comparative nature of what we do with the other economies. Because we are talking at around only 20 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, in terms of trade. But more importantly is about what do we actually trade with Canada. Looking deeper, you realize that Kenya, whatever we take to Canada in terms of exports out of our country, is majorly coffee, tea, and apparels. But majorly, Honorable Speaker, what we export to Canada is what would pass in terms of the calculation of GDP using the production formula as primary production. Whatever we take to Canada, Honorable Speaker, is majorly in raw form, in primary form. Honorable Speaker, again, looking at what we get out of Canada, you see that machinery and especially around aircrafts is one of our imports. The point I'm trying to make is this, Honorable Speaker, that looking at Canada itself, how it grew, because it's way ahead of us in terms of GDP per capita, and the other countries that have grown, Honorable Speaker, it's very difficult for a country to thrive on the basis of primary production. And therefore, it is important, as we debate about foreign policy and the officers we are seconding to those foreign missions, Honorable Speaker, that we all retrospect that we also need to make our economy a bit more complex. Primary production alone, Honorable Speaker, is good, and I'm not talking about substituting, but I'm talking about increasing some level of complexity, so that as we trade using the primary production goods, Honorable Speaker, we also continue to make our economy grow to other more productive areas. Honorable Speaker, in terms of production, the more you embed technology, the more productive you become, and the more you produce high-quality commodities, products, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it is important, even as we look at these kind of scenarios, we look at areas of adding value to whatever we trade with Canada, but even going further by making some decisions that will make our economy much more complex, produce much more complex commodities, much more embedded with much more technology, so that, Honorable Speaker, we can earn much more. Because, Honorable Speaker, if you measure in volumes, the volume we export and the volume we import, whereas the barriers of payment is almost close to the same, you realize in terms of volumes, whatever we import is quite small in volume, because it's technology intensive, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, therefore, having said that, we also have to look at what do we need currently, even as we talk about that medium and long term that I've talked about. That our country now can, even as we try to make our economy complex, we can also do something in increasing the exact products that we actually trade with Canada. And Honorable Speaker, we look at our current situation. What are we selling more to the world? Number one, of course, being coffee and tea and floriculture, but also, Honorable Speaker, in terms of
service, that is tourism. And Honorable Speaker, and I hope we can always do this as a country, that as we said Kenyans to represent us in various missions, Honorable Speaker, their target should be very clear. And our target currently, what we need as a country, is in terms of increasing our trade volumes and also our trade worth in terms of the amount that we earn. And Honorable Speaker, it is now time that even as we said these Kenyans in terms of foreign policy and in terms of all the other things they do, they must have a target in terms of looking for the markets of the Kenyan commodities. So that any person working for Kenya in any of the missions abroad, one of the missions and one of the targets they must have is the amount of trade you actually fetch for our country, Honorable Speaker. Secondly, is in terms of marketing our country. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the tourism numbers, Kenya is still too low despite whatever measures that you have done. And there are cases that have shown that, Honorable Speaker, if we get the right people to market our country, we can earn much more when it comes to tourism numbers, Honorable Speaker. Even the marginal increase we have had, Honorable Speaker, we can do more. If you look at a country like Albania, Honorable Speaker, in the last decade, this is a country that previously was attracting just around 1 million visitors, Honorable Speaker. Between 1 and 2 million visitors. And out of deliberate policies to grow tourism, Albania was able to grow their tourism numbers, Honorable Speaker, in a span of a very short time to over 14 million visitors, Honorable Speaker. And we are talking about a country that is quite small compared to Kenya and that is not as endowed like Kenya when it comes to tourism capabilities and what we can sell. And therefore, there is a lot of things that we can do using the capacity that we have as the country, and especially marketing Kenya is the right place. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, is about diaspora management. Currently, as we know, whatever we get mostly in Kenya is remittances. But we must never confuse remittances and FDI, because we must do both. Whereas remittances is consumerism-driven, FDI is investment-intensive. It is way in its time, Honorable Speaker, that we must also be creative on how we can make our remittances become more of FDI for investments other than tokens only for consumption that we set back at home. As I go to the conclusion, Honorable Speaker, I have seen a very robust CV of Mr. Watanga. And Honorable Speaker, we know he was an officer in KRA. And that begs the question, Honorable Speaker. We have seen a lot of turnover at KRA.
We adding you 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, I was just trying to say that Mr. Watanga is an accomplished officer. And we clearly see that, as we know, he was removed from KRA. And it's clear, Honorable Speaker, as we always see, we never give Kenyans, professionals, an opportunity to serve. And I challenge all the people in government, the senior ones, when we get this kind of accomplished Kenyans and we give them responsibility, it is not us leaders who should be advising our advisors. We should let the people who are accomplished and competent do their work instead of having a mentality that we can do everything as leaders because we occupy big positions. We give these kind of Kenyans an opportunity so that they serve our nation because they also mean well, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I thank you, and I hope that we can also look at the welfare of the Kenyans who work in our diplomatic missions and improve their welfare. I submit. Okay.
Thank you. Is the honorable member in order to be alluding to the fact that we are the ones advising, the government is the one advising, not us. They are experts. But anyway, I'm in a broad-based, so broad-based is a mongrel. So I'm somehow in government because I'm also minority whip, but I'm also in government, so I'm sitting in the fence. But Mr. Speaker, because I'm in opposition, am I not? Not opposition, I'm minority.
Minority.
Yeah, otherwise here would have been changed that it would be written majority chief whip, but I'm still minority chief whip. So if I'm fully and completely, absolutely inside, my name should change. But because it has not changed, I am a mongrel. And because of that, Mr. Speaker, I am defending the government, even as you are very happy. I want to tell you, I want to challenge the member. I want to challenge the member that is saying that it's a government that is advising experts. Has he not seen the way Honorable Mbadi is busy advising the government until he's advising on the streets, on air, in the sea, on land? Honorable Mbadi is seriously advising the government, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We shall proceed. I think, Dindi, you had done your minutes. That scanter and banter, we allow it in Parliament and any time. I had given you 1 minute and it was very well done. Let's hear Honorable Oundo, who has been waiting, and he's also a very good economist.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity
Oundo, you may proceed.
To lend in a word in the consideration of a nominee for appointment as High Commissioner to Canada. A motion moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations. Honorable Speaker, before I proceed, I find it very, very weird. Let me use the word very weird. For the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, you can even see the struggle in her voice trying to defend the government. I sympathize with you that put in uncharted waters and make sure you don't drown there and lose your credibility on the international or local platform. Honorable Speaker, I did not attend the vetting process of the nominee, and I want to trust the words and the deeds of the committee. But Honorable Speaker, allow me to bring into focus two absurdities. Number one, the current nominee has been praised and hailed as an extreme expert in public finance. He has been a commissioner at KRA, probably one of the few commissioners from the forgotten Mulembe nation to have served as commissioner of KRA. Honorable Speaker, of course, the circumstances under which he was removed from KRA is a matter of debate outside there, and in the fullness of time, we will know. However, Honorable Speaker, to be honest, and I want to be very honest, this one I'm speaking from my heart, that indeed we are misusing this officer. We are misusing this officer. We are taking this officer to an area where his expertise will not be fully exploited, will not be fully used to support proper governance and development of this country. That is the plain truth. We might want to say, oh, diplomacy is an open field, anybody will be, diplomat will be trained. Honorable Speaker, as much as I'm trainable, I'm not so sure I can become a diplomat. There are diplomats who have trained from undergraduate. What message are you sending to them? They have gone outside that defended this country successfully. Yet, we pick people who would probably have made very good accountant general in national treasury to go send them to a country where a bilateral relationship is a backwater relationship. We don't have much to do with Canada. It might be a big economy, but they don't think Kenya is worth anything. Honorable Speaker, just simple Googling, the volume of trade between Kenya and Canada is a mere 110 US million. Yet, the only thing we take in Canada is coffee, tea, live plants, cuttings, and apparel. And what we earn there is less than 46 billion, 66 US million. Honestly speaking, and then you are taking such a decorated officer to go and while away there, waste time, rot there, just because, Honorable Speaker, sometimes decisions made in this country are very, very disappointing. are very frustrating. I know if he would have declined to take up the posting, like many others have done before him, he would have been called all the sorts of names by erstwhile colleagues here. Honorable Speaker, I really do not know what we can do. But allow me, Honorable Speaker, to appeal to him on a few matters. As he goes outside there.
Leader on a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Oundo is a very good debater and usually has a lot of substance. But is in order to be insinuating that there are members in this House who attack nominees for no apparent reason, because he just said that if this nominee had declined the appointment, and the nominee has not indicated he's declining, neither can Oundo adduce any evidence to substantiate his claim that they are members, because it's not good to be disparaging members that they are members who attack nominees. Because by the time you are being nominated, you must have known you are being nominated, even before the name comes here. And I do not think there is, I've never had any member insulting any nominee. So I would want to benefit from Honorable Oundo's knowledge of any member who has ever insulted any nominee. Otherwise, it will bring the House into disrepute if we look like a House that attacks nominees who are just nominees and nothing else.
Very well. Honorable Oundo, before you pick up from where you left, let me acknowledge in the presence of the public gallery, Githunguri Girls High School from Kandara, Nakuru, who are in Parliament. And on behalf of the House and members, I want to welcome the students in the House.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was very careful with my words. I did not mention any member that would have warranted a special motion. I was very clear. Chair, Honorable Speaker, I've been here. This is my second term. And luckily enough, before I came here, as they would say, I had seen so many books. So definitely, I'm very careful in my mind in what I say. Honorable Speaker, allow me to give unsolicited advice to the new commissioner or diplomat, high commissioner, going to Canada. There is very little we can do to improve trade relationship or trade volumes between Kenya and Canada, because nothing else we are going to produce that Canada requires. The only thing we'll continue to do is to send coffee, probably tea, and those kind of things. In any case, even our panel, Honorable Speaker, other than produce at EPZA, we do not have anything originally our own we can send their brand. So, Honorable Speaker, my advice to him, when he gets there, is to focus on two things. If there is any results capable of coming out, number one, Honorable Speaker, is to focus on labor mobility. I know all the countries in the Western Hemisphere have got an aging population and they do not have enough technical persons or even general labor. Can he go there and work as much as he can to sign the ongoing discussion on labor mobility agreement between Kenya and Canada, so that our many youths who are idling, who have no jobs, yet they were promised that when we take the Bible, jobs will come flowing like manna from heaven. And when you look at our job levels, statistics, are some of the lowest. Honorable Speaker, the second issue I want to advise him to consider is the issue of tourists. Of course, there is a rich country, so they travel a lot for holidays. Like some of us, me and the Honorable Speaker, because of the challenges we have in our constituencies and villages, the farthest we can go for holiday is Mombasa or Kisumu, Acacia. Honorable Speaker, I was in Morocco. I had the benefit of being in Morocco about 2 weeks ago on WSPU function. And I imagine, I was told they receive 20 million tourists every year. Yet whatever they have, their coastline is also short. They have no variety of anything to be seen. Honorable Speaker, Egypt, despite the fact that they have the pyramids,
They receive a whole 19, yet Kenya only receives 7.9 million visitors. And surprisingly, Honorable Speaker, only 2.7 are foreign visitors. You can see, Honorable Speaker, how badly we are doing. You can see, Honorable Speaker, how bad there's so much lost opportunity in the diplomatic cycle, because what we do, Honorable Speaker, we send demoralized members who go there to while away, hoping one day they will come back. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, also allow me to join my colleagues in welcoming the students and the learners in general who continuously visit the National Assembly to come and listen to what we do here. This is what we do. We debate, we interject each other intellectually, and we don't become emotional. That's what we are supposed to do. Also, when you go outside there to debate, debate maturely, objectively, and without getting carried away with emotions. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I wish him well. I hope when I go to Canada, I'll visit him and see how he's faring as he represents.
Very well. I think I got the school. I'll take this again. Githunguri Girls High School, constituency Kandara, and counties Muranga, not Nakuru. They are welcome. Yes, Honorable Muchomba.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for clarifying on the school that has visited, because, you know, these names, Githunguri, Kandara, and, you know, I represent the great constituency of Githunguri, is a bit confusing. But I'm happy to hear that the name Githunguri is spread out all the way from Kiambu County to Muranga County and to even other counties. No wonder they elected a great woman like myself, yours truly, Wamushomba. I am here, Mr. Speaker, to defend and to convince this House that this nominee we have for Canada is the right nominee, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, I listened to my very good brother, the Honorable Dende Nyoro from Kiharu, giving us data and tabulated data on how imbalanced balance of trade is between Kenya and many countries. And it is true, Honorable Dende Nyoro, our balance of trade, Kenya versus China, Kenya versus Canada, Kenya versus Japan, it is not balanced. And so, we can only balance it by sending the best of the best from the cream of the best. And therefore, this nominee, even if he has not proven to us that he has done such kind of activities in the past, from his credentials, this is the person who is supposed to make sure that the differences between the balance of trade between our country and Canada is taken care of. Mr. Speaker, I am very excited because we thought it cannot be done. And finally, it has been done, Mr. Speaker. The bridge between Kenya and China has been met by the recent historical trade benefit bridge that was done of over $4 billion US. I am very excited with the kind of work that has been done by the same representation that has been sent to China. Mr. Speaker, if Chinese balance of trade is going to be corrected, the imbalances between Kenya and China, we are sending the best of the best from now so that we can also correct the imbalances in Canada. Mr. Speaker, it is good to appreciate that those in China have already decided that they are going to make sure they introduce new packages that are going to provide very good platforms for our tea farmers, coffee farmers, avocado farmers, macadamia nuts, and others, so that they can be able to export free access duty to China. If you have already done it in China, Mr. Speaker, I'm arguing and saying this nominee, even if he has not done it in the past, but his papers are good, he can learn from the best, he can benchmark from his colleagues who are already in China, and they have created an opening for our farmers, and we can do it for Canada. So I support the nominee. I support that he can be able to be given this opportunity to move on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Robert Basil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From onset, allow me first to condole the families, the bereaved families of Utumishi Academy. It's a Sunday, Mr. Speaker, to lose so many young ones who are so optimistic to live, and today we are mourning them. Mr. Speaker, allow me to support the motion for nomination of Humphrey Mulongo. And I want to disagree with my brother Oundo that Humphrey Mulongo will actually be whining in Canada. I don't think so. When you look at the task ahead, one of it is to promote Kenya abroad, Mr. Speaker. And by promoting Kenya abroad...
Order. Just go back and do the correct thing. You are now a seasoned member of this House. You may proceed.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the specific role that is ahead of Mr. Mulongo as a nominee for Kenyan High Commissioner to Canada, one of it is to champion Kenyan exports to Canada, Mr. Speaker. And I was extremely perturbed when I heard that Kenya is almost earning nothing in terms of exports to Canada. But I want to make reference to 2024 statistics, Mr. Speaker. In 2024, Kenya was able to export goods worth 19.7 million US dollars, Mr. Speaker. And it was able to import 131.8 million US dollars. If you look at Canada, Canada was able to import goods worth 58 million US dollars. That was 2024, Mr. Speaker. That is to tell you, Mr. Humphrey has some work to do. He needs to put more energy to promote Kenyan exports to Canada, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, in Kenya, we are grappling with unemployment, Mr. Speaker. Humphrey can be able to negotiate for foreign investments right here in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. I want to borrow leave what happened in the US. The US has been able to attract foreign investors from China and many other countries, Mr. Speaker. Kenya can equally do that if we make it easier to do business right here in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. And Humphrey can be able to champion for foreign investors from Canada to come and invest, open industries right here in Kenya if we put enabling environment from a business front for these investors to come and establish businesses right here in Kenya, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Humphrey needs to build bilateral relations between Canada and Kenya. He can actually negotiate for visa-free movement of goods, of services, that is human persons from Kenya to Canada, Mr. Speaker. It has happened in other countries, Mr. Speaker, and that is some homework for Mr. Humphrey to do while at Canada, Mr. Speaker. When I used to live in the US, there are situations of double taxation, Mr. Speaker. And in this case, Humphrey needs to negotiate for double taxation agreements between Kenya and Canada. And if you look at his experience, he has solid experience in taxation, Mr. Speaker. And that's why I disagree with Oundo when he says the guy does not fit for this particular job, Mr. Speaker. He actually fits for the job, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, he has some work to support citizens, Kenyan citizens living abroad, that is in Canada, Mr. Speaker. Now, based on that duty, I also want to underscore some of the notable achievements of Humphrey, which I think aligns with the responsibilities ahead of his job or ahead of him, Mr. Speaker. And one of the notable achievements, he has been able to digitize the tax system in KRA. He has also been able to do institutional reforms within KRA, Mr. Speaker, and he has also been able to expand the tax base as well as compliance within the Kenya Revenue Authority. And that is to tell you, if you look at these notable achievements and the assignment ahead of him, it actually aligns. And of course, experience is acquired through work. So given this opportunity, I'm sure he should be able to do well. And then academically, Mr. Speaker, this is an experienced person in public finance and with the qualifications which literally aligns with foreign policies and that aligns with the job that Mr. Humphrey is supposed to do. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, allow me to congratulate him in advance for this appointment, and we look forward to see him registering some remarkable achievement, just as he did as a Commissioner General in KRA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
The Honorable John Gitonga.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And as I do my contribution, I also take this opportunity to actually say my condolences to the families that have lost their very young ones, and in Utumishi Academy and Junior School, Honorable Speaker. And also, Honorable Speaker, I wish quick recovery to the kids that are in hospitals. And in this very difficult day, Honorable Speaker, I want to give my poles to those families that are facing quite a difficult time. It is incomprehensible, Honorable Speaker, to imagine losing a loved one and a young one who is in school. Honorable Speaker, on the same breath, I also want to call upon this House to expedite and see the finality of the National Disaster Risk Management Bill that is currently in mediation, a bill that is looking at ensuring that we have equipment and VAT free of charge, Honorable Speaker, without taxation, and putting, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Gitonga.
Yes, I can be informed, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed, Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Just to inform the member for Manyata that the National Disaster Management Bill, which is a bill I sponsored way back in 2023, has gone through mediation, is completed, and will be assented tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker, it's good to be informed, but I also say that we need to expedite that, because a national disaster, Honorable Speaker, is something that you can't expect. But the preparedness in it, Honorable Speaker, is what really this House must look into. We need also to actually ensure, just like the country we are talking about, Canada, which has, if you read clearly, Honorable Speaker, you'll see from 2023 moving forward, they have increased their budgets in terms of disaster risk management, Honorable Speaker, to ensure we mitigate whenever such an issue comes in. But Honorable Speaker, also, as we discuss Mr. Humphrey, who is a person I knew when he was in KRA, and as we congratulate him, Honorable Speaker, it's good to discuss our very interesting foreign policy, Honorable Speaker. And I agree with the previous contributors on the need for Mr. Humphrey to look at how to enhance our trade between Canada and Kenya, Honorable Speaker, and also, Honorable Speaker, see how we can have even our very produce that we have had value getting to Canada, Honorable Speaker, so that our trade can even be better, Honorable Speaker, and also ensure that we sign even a free trade agreement with this country that have seen even the population of Canadians in Kenya has been increasing immensely in the late years, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, we also need to discuss in a major way, Honorable Speaker. Today, I woke up to news of some agreement of quarantining Ebola victims, Honorable Speaker, from other countries such as the US to Kenya, Honorable Speaker. And I was wondering, such significant agreements, and knowing very well, Honorable Speaker, we are discussing our very weak disaster management and risk management, including things as easy as screening of diseases at the airport, Honorable Speaker. We are having challenges with them as a country. But Honorable Speaker, when you hear voluntarily Kenya coming in to say we can quarantine Ebola victims, and knowing this disease, Honorable Speaker, is a disease that can spread like wildfire, Honorable Speaker. If you quarantine a patient even at KNH, and you have a cleaner who comes from Kibera, Honorable Speaker, then this country will lose a big population. If you read, you'll notice, Honorable Speaker, that almost 80 to 90% of Ebola patients lose their lives. And that is something that this country must completely, and this House must refuse in the strongest terms possible, Honorable Speaker. And this, Honorable Speaker, also brings a question of how prepared we are. Honorable Speaker, I know sometimes we work to ensure that we have good relations with our Western world brothers, but we cannot be doing the most. We have just had a crisis with our police officers going all the way to Haiti. We had to foot the bill, Honorable Speaker, in a very unfair way. And as we enhance our engagement with Canada, one of the things that I like about Canada is the fact that, yes, they are a superpower, but Honorable Speaker, you will not find them pushing such and bullying, Honorable Speaker, such issues to a country, a developing country like ours, Honorable Speaker. And it's good, Honorable Speaker, to say that I wonder what would inform even the Ministry of Health or even the President on trying to risk, Honorable Speaker, Kenyans in such a big and a significant way, Honorable Speaker. I have read the CV of Mr. Humphrey, Honorable Speaker. I believe is a man that not only he has done good things for KRA, but he should live with his book well filled on things that he's supposed to achieve as he moved to Canada, Honorable Speaker, to enhance our relations. Honorable Speaker, I support.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the comments from honorable members. Allow me to profusely apologize to my very dependable member, Honorable Millie, for referring to her as a deputy minority, but rather as a substantive minority whip. She's a very useful member of my committee, and I appreciate her contribution today and always. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the members, thank also the members of my committee. We did this exercise during the recess. When the rest of the members were having their recess, we were seated having this process. I want to thank them, thank the staff of my committee, thank the honorable members for their useful contribution, and I hope that Honorable Watanga's name might be approved and be considered by this House. Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply.
Very well, honorable members. I now proceed to put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations in its report on the approval hearing of a nominee for appointment as High Commissioner to Ottawa, Canada, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 26 May 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution, Section 22 of the Foreign Service Act, Cap 185(e), and Sections 3 and 8 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act, Cap 7F, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Humphrey Mulongo Watanga, EBS, as the High Commissioner to Ottawa, Canada. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 13, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2025, second reading.
Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2025, be now read a second time. Honorable Speaker, this is a very short bill. It's actually a bill repealing the Public Finance Management Act, sections 191A, 191B, 191C, 191D, 191E. And these sections currently mandate the National Treasury repealing. No, the sections.
Order, Honorable Meli and leader. Proceed procedurally.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to take that again so that Honorable Meli may understand. I said it's an amendment bill that seeks to amend by repealing certain sections of the Public Finance Management Act. Those sections 191A, B, C, D, and E, which mandated the National Treasury to enter into standalone agreements with intergovernmental agreements for each and every conditional allocation that they get. And therefore, it created some sort of bureaucratic duplication, because before the National Treasury comes to sign these intergovernmental agreements with the counties, they will have signed either county participatory agreements or intergovernmental participation and partnership agreements with individual line ministries, and therefore it becomes a duplication. And this has created a lot of bureaucracy that has slowed down the implementation of projects at the county government level. And that is where you find every time we pass the additional county allocations bill, at the end of the financial year, counties are complaining that they have not been able to expend the monies that we had given them under the Conditional Allocations Act after we pass the bills, because they are forced to then have to sign new agreements with the National Treasury. Those agreements have to go through the entire process of public participation again. They had done that before, go through county assembly approvals, and that bureaucracy then has hindered the effective and efficient implementation of projects at the county government level. So this bill seeks not only to support devolution, but also to ensure that there is proper utilization of the resources that we give to our counties under the conditional, conditional allocations to our counties. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, as I said, it is a very short bill, and all the stakeholders, because the Committee on Finance went through extensive public participation, engaged with a number of stakeholders, and those who have read the report that Honorable Kimani Kuria tabled here some time back will notice that from that, the engagements were through public participation. All the stakeholders, whether it's the Council of Governors, the Commission for Revenue Allocation, the National Treasury, and indeed even individual members of the public, were in strong support of this amendment bill, because it is enhancing the efficiency with which we are able to implement projects at the county level. And the quicker the projects are implemented at the county level, the greater services and goods get to the people, whether it is conditional allocations that touch on healthcare, whether it is conditional allocations that touch on water. These are issues that are very sensitive to the people who are being served at the county level of government. And therefore, all the stakeholders are in support of this amendment. I do not see in the report any concerns by members of the public or any of the other stakeholders as to the repeal of these particular sections. And if you look at clauses 4, 5, and 6, that is repealing sections 191C, D, and E, this is dissolving the secondary procedure requirements for gazettement, Senate submissions, and specific control of budget funding requisitions linked to these repetitive agreements. Because again, just like I said, the bureaucratic and repetitive work that you had to do at the county assembly level, you also required to have the same agreements go through procedural gazettement and go through Senate submissions again, and the whole process is repeated again. And therefore, it becomes too cumbersome in terms of implementation of this conditional allocations to our county governments. Honorable Speaker, let me finish by assuring the House and indeed the country that this changes to the PFM Act do not in any way interfere or undermine the oversight role or the oversight mechanisms or the constitutional, any of the constitutional safeguards that have been put in place. None of either the oversight role of the county assemblies or the oversight role of the Senate or indeed this House or even the constitutional safeguards that have been put in place are being compromised by these changes. And therefore, even if you are thinking about the control of budget, that safeguard will still be there because all the annual county government's additional allocations will still continue to be regulated, and the controller of budget will retain full oversight over all these funds. And therefore, no amount of money, whether it is directly from the Division of Revenue Act or even money that has come under these additional conditional allocations, can be withdrawn from the County Revenue Fund under Article 228 of the Constitution without the explicit approval of the controller of budget. And that's why I said no constitutional safeguard in terms of the workings of the Office of the Controller of Budget is being compromised in any way. And also the oversight role, both the county assemblies, they will still have to approve, go through public participation on the intergovernmental partnership and cooperation agreements that are signed by the line ministries. So the only thing we are removing is the duplication now at the national treasury level, because the line ministries, national government line ministry, if it's an intergovernmental partnership agreement with the Ministry of Water and Irrigation or that of Health, that ministry belongs to the national government, and therefore doing the same thing over and over again with the national treasury is duplication. Finally, Honorable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to thank our Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning, which I said went through these amendments and took them through public participation, very extensive public participation, and put in a lot of work. And I know many of those members are now conducting public participation on the finance bill proposals, and we look forward to receiving their report. So allow me, in the absentia, to thank them for the work they have put in. This is one such committee amongst the committees I mentioned, which during the recess period has been very busy. I don't think there's a single day they have not sat throughout the 3 weeks of the long recess that we just came from, and I must thank them. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I now wish to request the member for Tharaka, the Honorable Murugara, to second the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to second this bill, and by so doing, I fully associate myself with the speech of the Leader of Majority as regards what we are doing today to amend by repealing, that's what it is called, to amend by repealing the 5 sections of the PFM Act, which to some extent are actually a bottleneck to conditional funds going to county governments. The national government has always supported the county governments, and we do this through various laws, which laws are meant to safeguard funds that are going to county governments. They are utilized well for the benefit of the people, or our people, residing in the various counties. So today we remove some bottlenecks regarding conditional grants, where they have had to sign a second or third agreement with the Treasury once conditional grants are being issued. We remove this, and what do we expect in return? An efficient flow of money into the counties so that they are able also to timelessly deliver to the citizens services that they are obligated to actually deliver. We may say this was a bottleneck, as a result of which there was a trickle-down effect. It was trickling down slowly by slowly because it was actually highly squeezed. We are removing it today. May we get reciprocal flow of funds into the counties, and we start seeing the services that are supposed to be delivered by counties being delivered on time, and also exactly to what these funds are meant for, because there is a hue and cry regarding our counties. We cannot go without saying it every now and then, that our governors, even through the press, are being accused of mismanaging funds that are going to counties. Pray and hope this is not going to be abused, because we have enough safeguards to actually sustain the oversight role of Parliament, including the Senate, when it comes to safeguarding these funds. So, Honorable Speaker, I wish to support and second this bill so that we can pass it and county governments can receive conditional allocations without these bottlenecks being a hindrance to them. I do beg to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 17 of 2025, be now read a second time. Ndindi Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I'm happy that Honorable Miri is actually still around from the previous debate, and I can see her struggles. She's actually very lost. I don't even know whether Miri Odhiambo still recognizes Miri Odhiambo as her name. Such a great mind should not belong where she is. You know where you belong, Honorable Miri. Going to the debate, Honorable Speaker, it is good to align the management of our finances, and especially when we have different levels of government, because at the end of the day, the money that belongs to the country belongs to the people of Kenya. It doesn't matter where you are serving them from. In fact, even as we give the service to the people of Kenya as leaders in our various capacities, the people of Kenya never bother to know, and rightly so, whether it is national government or county government. The government must always work coherently to deliver quality service to the people of Kenya. And aligning in terms of how we spend public resources is of importance, so that we don't appear like we are acting in competition. There should always be coherence. But Honorable Speaker, because I don't wish to give many comments, one thing that we must be very aware of is that in the PFM Act, which is a robust act that we use in various ways in terms of management of our resources, it is important that we know it is not a book that exists only for convenience. Any kind of law that we make, including the PFM Act, Honorable Speaker, is usually there because there has been historical incidences. And therefore, out of the laws, we try to streamline how things should be done in the future, which the future could be now the present. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, what I'm referring to, even as we pass these amendments, even as we debate these amendments, it is important that we look at the content of the entire PFM Act and see as a House whether there is merit if we want to take credit out of what it has achieved. And we realize, Honorable Speaker, that there is a lot that leaves so much to be desired. And especially when it comes to management of development projects in Kenya. It's very clear, Honorable Speaker, on what accounting officers should do in regards to development projects. That it does not serve the people of Kenya when we start allocating monies for new projects, when we have ongoing ones that are stalled. Honorable Speaker, even when we are building a classroom, because it's a very good case to understand how this is retrogressive for all of us. If you use CDF money to build a classroom up to rental, and you spend public money, and then you start another one, you do up to foundation, and then you do another one, a hall, up to fourth course, until the Kenyan people can get the utility out of the projects that we implement. All that is money that is lost, Honorable Speaker. Because the utility of the money is in the use. And the use of some of these projects
is only when the utility of this project, is only in the use. If you do a road and you leave it without completion, then you start another one and another one, Honorable Speaker. This is something that we have to be very forthright on, and I believe even the Office of the Auditor General can be very keen in this kind of malfeasance in the management of public resources. The other thing, Honorable Speaker, we have passed laws on how to manage our debt in this parliament. And by the way, the current laws of Kenya only permits debt up to 55% of our GDP, with a part of only 5%, meaning maximum of 60. But is that our debt currently? It is over 10% more than that. Honorable Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that we make laws, and especially money that guides, laws that guides how we spend public resources, so that we have order in the management of that money, and also, Honorable Speaker, so that we don't have money getting lost, and so that we also don't overburden future generations using the current spending. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, it is good that we keep on pointing and looking at the public officers who are going against the laws we have passed here in Parliament. Because ultimately, laws must never be books that we keep in ourselves in the offices of government. There should be something that we must follow. For example, now, Honorable Speaker, honestly, why is Kenyan debt more than 70%? Yet all our laws only permit up to 60%. Who are these people who sign extra loans, Honorable Speaker, and extra debt? Is it that it was past time when we passed these laws? I don't think so. They were meant for something. And that something can only be achieved if we abide by the laws that we make and we pass. As I go to the conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the issue of pending bills is actually out of not following our PFM Act. The reason why we have so many people closing businesses here in Kenya out of the vagaries they have gotten by doing business with government as vendors is basically out of some of the people, some of us in government, and especially accounting officers, going against the PFM Act. If we strictly follow it, Honorable Speaker, this term, which is only mostly very dominant in Kenya, will not be there. And there is a spiral effect to it, Honorable Speaker. When we have entrepreneurs who get punished out of doing business with government, Honorable Speaker, we continue to decimate the most important factor of production in the current economy, Honorable Speaker, in the modern economy, which is entrepreneurship and ingenuity and the ability of human beings to produce. Honorable Speaker, therefore, as we debate this, it is important we look at it in entirety so that, Honorable Speaker, we can be able to make all the officers who should follow the laws to follow them, because we never pass them to be in cabinets. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Millie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support, and even in supporting, I just wanted to respond to my good brother, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, before I speak. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I want to largely agree with him that I look different in my posturing as a politician for very obvious reasons. And that is because since I joined Parliament, I have largely been in opposition. We were in short stints when we came in the coalition government with Kibaki, the government of national unity with Kibaki, and then we were in a short stint, I think, also with the President Uhuru Kenyatta. But even in those moments, you know, it's an uneasy place because it's not really your government. So in a way, I do agree with you that, and that's why I was saying earlier on that I'm kind of a mongrel. But I want to say that you should actually also look at yourself. You're also very different. And Mr. Speaker, when he was the chairman of the budget committee, he was the greatest apologist for the government of Kenya. And the things now, in fact, when you just oppose the things he was saying then and the things he's saying now, it's actually amusing. But that's the nature of politics. It's the same way I see people putting the things that Honorable Mbadi used to say and the Minister for Energy used to say. And what they say now is very different. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, sometimes I tell people, try as much as possible to live your politics based on principle like myself. Because it's very difficult to eat your words. I very occasionally eat my words. I know because we are fallible as human beings, but I very occasionally eat my words. And that is because I stand by, I go by principle. And you will notice when I think something is wrong, even when I'm fought, I will be quiet out of courtesy. And Mr. Speaker, you can even see on our side, because we are not used to these kind of things. So even when we are supporting President Ruto, we go, we support Ruto, we support Ruto. Why are we fighting when we are supporting President Ruto? Just say I support President Ruto. Don't fight that you are supporting President. Until like one day, yesterday, I think I heard one of our leaders saying, we are going for war. And I'm like, who are we fighting? we are fighting Uhuru Kenyatta, who is not vying as president. We are fighting Rigathigachagua, who is rudderless. He doesn't know where he's coming from, where he's going, because he has not even been cleared, but we are busy fighting him. So that confusion is all around, especially in our party. So sometimes let some of us who've been here a long time relax and support quietly the way we do. So even if Honorable Ndindi Nyoro...
Let's see Honorable Ndindi, now that you...
Honorable Speaker, I respect Honorable Miri Mabona a lot. But I think it's not a very good trade that this house will keep on attacking people who are defenseless in this house. They are not here. I think even in our references of jokes, we may use the people who are there to defend themselves so that we be fair to everyone.
Great, Millie, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I didn't actually, yes, please inform me. Now, this is part of broad-based.
Millie, do you want to be informed?
Yes, I want to be informed.
Proceed, Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wanted to inform the Honorable Millie that I was keenly listening to her. And she has not attacked anybody. In fact, she has only advised others.
Yes.
And you know, I don't know why people get jittery when they are advised. I have heard others, Honorable Speaker, in the recent few days, saying that, oh, Uhuru has since retired, but retirement should not mean that he's dumb, he cannot speak. But nobody has told Uhuru that he can't speak. Uhuru has every right to speak as the fourth president of the Republic of Kenya. What people have a problem with is a former president undermining another sitting president, and more so, attempting to use a community as his shield when he's doing what he's doing in undermining an administration. But we want the former president to speak. In fact, I'll be very happy to hear the former president speak and tell us what was happening in River Yala when bodies were being fished out of River Yala. I would want the former president, President Uhuru Kenyatta, to speak and tell us what was happening when our economy was captured and subsidies drained the entire economy, when we drained our foreign reserves to almost below $6 billion, Honorable Speaker. I would really want him to speak, and I want him to speak. So let us not be very quick to run to the defense of people who we want to speak, because there are things we want to hear them say. When bodies were being fished out of River Tana, when two young Indians who were working for William Ruto were brutally murdered at Nairobi police headquarters here, and their bodies dumped in their badayas, I would want to hear what the fourth president has to say on how those two young Indians lost their lives. We want Uhuru Kenyatta to speak. Therefore, Millie, I was just informing you that you have every right to ask people to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you,
Proceed,
Mr.
Mili.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hope that I'll be given time because information.
No, proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to thank Honorable Ichung'wah for his parliamentary and political skills, because he's purporting to inform me when he has actually informed Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. And I hope he has become very, very educated. Mr. Speaker said I support this bill. Let me go to the core of this matter. I know Parliament is very interesting at this time, and I can say that actually Honorable Ndindi Nyoro is doing excellent in opposition. And he was telling me quietly, Millie, I learned from you, and you are a good student. You are doing excellent in opposition. I'm of course still struggling on your side. I'll get there, but I'm still struggling. But you are doing well in opposition. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support this bill. And Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah has explained it very, very well. So I don't even need to go into details about what it is. But it's supposed to clear bureaucracy so our countries get money quickly. But Mr. Speaker, what I'd want us to say though, because I'll only speak to one issue. Mr. Speaker, I think as a house we are failing this country. And the reason why I'm saying we are failing this country, and especially as leadership, and I want to actually challenge my brother, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, and all those of us who sit in leadership, that we need to take this issue seriously. Mr. Speaker, if you actually look at the amount of money that goes to NGCDF, and you compare with the amount of money that goes to the county. Mr. Speaker, the other day I was doing calculation, and even if you remove the running costs, the money that goes to counties is almost 5 times the amount of money that goes to constituencies. And I would want to challenge it's 10 times. Thanks for informing me, even though you are informing from your point of wherever, where you are seated. But Mr. Speaker, if it is 10 times, I would challenge every single member to go to your own county and compare village per village. From the moment that we started this devolution to now, Mr. Speaker, it's embarrassing what's coming out of our counties. And we're actually killing devolution, which was a very good idea by our party leader, Raila Odinga. Would love his legacy to continue. And Mr. Speaker, I know that one of the reasons that Honorable Raila found CDF challenging is because I know he was disappointed at what was going on with devolution. So he was hoping that if he put in a lot more energy and strength with the counties, then it wouldn't actually deem devolution. I want to challenge our governors. What is your legacy? People will not remember us for the little things that we do, short-term things that we do. But what we leave that change lives, that transform lives. So with the money that we get, if in CDF we have 1 classroom, with the counties there should be 10 classrooms where there's 1 classroom. So why I'm saying that we are failing is because we are the house that should be providing standard setting and framework. We need to come up with a law that is similar to NGCDF, which is standard setting that controls how our governors spend money. Because right now it's free fall. People use the money the way they want. And even though we get back feedback from the auditors, nothing much is done. Very few people are arrested. And even when there's arrest, like we saw in the former governor of Migori, there's always settlement that tells people that, that there's a level of impunity. So, Mr. Speaker, even though I...
1 minute.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, so even though I'm supporting this because it actually enhances the work of the counties and removes all those bottlenecks so that they can work very efficiently, but can we show accountability with what we have right now before we get those conditional grants? So I'm challenging our governors. What will we remember you for? Will we be remembering you because you sang very well, you danced very well, you jammed very well? Let us remember you for the lives that you have transformed. I support.
The Honorable John Gitonga.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this is a very important change. Honorable Speaker, by God's grace, from 2027, I'll be the governor of the great county of Embu, the land of opportunity. And Honorable Speaker, this amendment that ensures that resources that come to counties do not have a lot of bureaucracy and ensure that they get there in time to use, Honorable Speaker, it's an amendment, Honorable Speaker, that I've welcomed in both hands, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I agree with Millie, and when I become the governor of Embu, I will answer the question on where these monies have been going. Because, as you say from your side of view, I also observe the same, Honorable Speaker, that county governments, I was doing a simple calculation for Embu County, and it has received over 40 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, which is actually, Honorable Speaker, I would say 10 times, as it has been mentioned, the NGCDF resources that go to the county of Embu. And Honorable Speaker, you can walk miles before you notice a project from the county government of Embu, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, these conditional grants are among the resources that have transformed many of our counties. Many of the cab rolling that we have seen being done in our small towns, Honorable Speaker, is done through funding by World Bank. We have projects such as KISIP and KUSIP, which, Honorable Speaker, are resources that come through the ministries. And, Honorable Speaker, you find that many of the counties have been blocked from getting these resources because of lack of very clear implementation plan. And, Honorable Speaker, this House must think about the fact that these resources come through the ministries and the procurement happen in the counties. And this brings a new question of oversight. Because today, Honorable Speaker, you will not hear this House discussing line projects of the KISIP and KUSIP projects happening under the Ministry of Housing, Urban Planning and Public Works. And, Honorable Speaker, while we are looking at quickening the way of resources getting to counties, there is also another important issue on ensuring that these resources are used in the right way and they get to benefit our people, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this also comes in with what has happened in this House, RMLF, among the conditional grants. And you find, Honorable Speaker, these are resources that this House was utilizing to do the roads. But, Honorable Speaker, you'll also find that there is also a lacuna in terms of oversight, because this House cannot oversight counties. And this House actually will allocate these resources to counties. Honorable Speaker, our counties must work. It is now close to 16 years since the new constitution. Honorable Speaker, a county that is not working burdens the next county that is next to it. Today, Honorable Speaker, almost all healthcare officers are actually on strike in Embu. The calls that I'm getting are that the Chuka Level 5 hospital, that is actually the neighboring county, the Rakanidhi, is actually bearing the burden of the dysfunctional healthcare in one county, that is Embu. And this, Honorable Speaker, gives us a lot of questions to ask, because devolution, as Honorable Millie has said, and Raila Odinga, among the people that pushed for devolution, envisioned real transformation that is going to be actually be felt by somebody who has not even gotten to this city, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you find that even on the matters of pending bills, where you find crazy, nonsensical, unpaid pending bills, Honorable Speaker, is in our county government. And we have seen people committing suicide, people losing their lives and going to drugs. I saw the drama of one young man in Machakos County, Honorable Speaker, crying like a baby, saying, why are you not paying me? And I did the work. And Honorable Speaker, this actually is something that should disturb this National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, when we talk of disaster preparedness, and this is among, Honorable Speaker, areas that conditional grants, we have seen donation of fire trucks coming in to counties through the conditional grants. But Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the usage and maintenance of this, you find, Honorable Speaker, that there is always a challenge. And that is why we need to relook and ensure that while we are amending the public finance management bill, Honorable Speaker, we also look at how we can enhance matters to do with checking on those resources, how they are being used. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
Very good. Move to reply.
Very well, the Honorable Basil. There was a few minutes, Basil.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't think I'll take too much time. So majority, I know these are very critical bill that we need to pass. From onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this particular bill. That's the amendment of the bill by repealing certain sections of the bill. The goal of this bill, Mr. Speaker, one is to boost efficiency in terms of resources that are transferred to counties, boost coordination between national and county governments, and also promote transparency, Mr. Speaker. And when you talk of the very key objectives of this bill, one of it is to eliminate duplication of funding, Mr. Speaker. And when you eliminate duplication of funding, in principle, you are promoting accountability, particularly from the revenue that this country collects, as well as the money that taxpayers have been pumping to the devolved functions, Mr. Speaker. This particular bill is also critical that is going to improve project fund management by suggesting creation of dedicated bank accounts, particularly for government projects. This is what is going to yield transparency and also promote proper use of taxpayers' resources, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, the bill or the amendment is supposed to speed the release of funds to county governments. And I will agree with what Honorable Mukunji mentioned, that many counties currently, there are actually a lot of wastage of resources, a lack of accountability. It's unfortunate you build a classroom, and at the same school you build a classroom, the ECD classrooms are in deplorable state, to a point parents, Mr. Speaker, asking you to donate, if possible, the classroom we have built to the ECD, which again is against the law. So it is important that we champion the proper use of resources sent to county governments and commit county governments or governors to show value of money that we send to the county government, Mr. Speaker. And then finally, I want to say that as I rest my case and I support the bill is critical to promote service delivery as well as reduce corruption and misallocation of funding. With those few remarks, I support Mr. Speaker, and I rest my case. Thank you.
Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In the interest of time, Honorable Speaker, allow me to just reply by thanking all the members. All those who have spoken have also been in support of this bill because they appreciate the need to support devolution. As the Honorable Dindi Nyoro was saying yesterday, that we must support devolution. And I am glad that he is also now recognizing that we indeed support devolution. This will enhance the efficient implementation of projects at our county level of government, and therefore also enhance absorption of the additional county allocations that we appropriate to our county governments. Mine is just to ask our county governors, as Honorable Mukunji has alluded to, that they must be accountable in how they spend this money, and they must implement projects in a timely manner to be able to get value out of those projects within their time. The 5-year period that you are working as a governor, make sure that you can derive value. The same thing Honorable Millie Odhiambo was saying, have legacy projects that will outlive your period as a governor, whether you are serving for 1 or 2 terms. Not what we have seen with many governors across the country, governors using county resources to give freebies to the population, or the people who vote for them, out of political expediency. With that, Honorable Speaker, allow me to reply. I beg to reply.
Very well. Let me thank honorable members for very good quality debates, and you actually made me also get happy because of the quality of debate and the canter and banter involved. Thank you. Honorable members, we shall put the question in the next sitting. Honorable members who may be upstanding, and honorable members, and the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, 2nd June 2026 at 2:30 p.m.